All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are back for live coverage. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. All right, let's get started, shall we? Welcome in anyone just joining in. So, as part of a ritual when we begin our live streams, little satellite imagery with radar overlaid. Beginning to see the second round of precipitation move into parts of western Washington and western Oregon. Matt Craig, welcome in. Good afternoon, sir. All right, yeah, so this is our plume of moisture still extending down into the subtropics here. And the fire hose is going to be aimed directly at western Washington over the next couple of days. So really trying to get ourselves prepared for the next round of river flooding around the area. See, already starting to see some showers move into the Tacoma area. Still nice rain shadow here over Seattle, but showers also coming in from the north too. So about Everett northward, getting some substantial precipitation. That's what it looks like here on radar scope. Already seeing some nice radar echoes here over the south central Washington Cascades. Some light showers moving across Olympia into Tacoma at this time. Heavier showers up here on the coast of Tuolumne, North Jefferson counties. But not too much right now over the central and southern coasts. It's really a split between the north end and the south end of this moisture. But you can see down here in the North Oregon Cascades and South Washington Cascades, still going abundantly when it comes to rainfall in the area. But quite a well-deserved break for a lot of these rivers here in the Cascades of Washington. Of course, a lot of river levels still running high today. A lot of them still at flooding stage as well. But not seeing as much major flooding around the area right now. So let's go get an update on that while we're on the topic, shall we? This is the most recent up-to-date forecast, and you see we have additional flood warnings that have gone into effect since I last streamed this morning. Hello there, Debbie Frush. Welcome in. So we still have this looks like an aerial flood advisory. Yep, urban and small stream aerial flood advisory for Pacific, Wahkiakum, and Cowlitz counties down here in southwest Washington. Ooh, okay. Flood watch still in effect here for the entire west side, including northwest Oregon, and some flood watches in effect for eastern Washington as well. See, we have a lot of areas of river flooding here, even on the east side too. The Yakima, Natchez. See, hitting moderate flooding here at the Highway 410 US 12 junction too. Right now, it looks like the only river still major flooding here in western Washington at the moment is the Cowlitz at Randall. See, a little bit of improvement likely tonight, but not going to see much help as we go through the day tomorrow into Thursday morning, where the river is likely to stay at major flood stage until Friday afternoon by the looks of it. Late Friday morning, early Friday afternoon. So not a lot of help for the Cowlitz River here at Randall. But not seeing flooding anymore right now here at Packwood, which is good news. And no flooding at the moment at the Nisqually near National. But we do also have a flood warning here from the La Grande Dam downstream to the Nisqually Delta. And I believe this is because they're letting some water through the La Grande Dam spillway downstream right now to help alleviate some of that dam pressure. So the Cowlitz here at Castle Rock and Kelso is currently minor flooding in both spots. And still moderate flooding here at the Grays River near Rossburg. But no more flooding right now at the Nacelle, which is great news. Moderate flooding continues here at the Newaukum near Chehalis, southeast of Chehalis city limits. And we're at action stage here now at the Chehalis River in Centralia, so heads up, minor flooding is forecast. No wind near Eatonville last night. Are we getting wind tonight? So the wind advisory was probably a little bit too overdone for the area. We did have some wind advisory level wind gusts around some parts of the area. However, it didn't really verify for a majority of us. Maybe less than a quarter of the region saw wind advisory level gusts, but the rest of the region was relatively left out. I wouldn't really call that a bust because, we also had a 47 mile per hour wind gust in Lakeland South, the neighborhood of Federal Way here. A little bit before 11 p.m. last night, I believe. And that picked up on several weather stations too. So it waited until after the front came through and after the advisory expired to bring a strong gust down here the Federal Way. So still a good chance for some wind gusts tonight, although not looking as great of a chance for the area as we saw in the forecast for last night, which for most of us did not pan out. Although Everett Painfield did hit 46 miles per hour around the time that front came through, I think. It might have been ahead of the front, not behind it. But Hoquiam hit 68 miles per hour out of the west-northwest as the front was going over. Most likely had some sort of downslope effect here from the Olympic foothills that aided in that. Because the wind shifted from out of the southwest to out of the northwest here. It might have had just a little downburst of wind come down through some of these valleys or just off the Olympic crest. Oh, that was the strongest wind gust in Western Washington that wasn't over a mountain, basically. And we can expect similar, although it's not looking as confident tonight. The NWS has a wind advisory in for some spots. Not all of Western Washington like previous, except for the mountains. There's a few more limited areas in this forecast for the wind advisory, and we'll go over that here momentarily. But yeah, anyways, we also had a 49 mile per hour wind gust at Tacoma Narrows. And we had a couple 40 pluses here and there around the foothills and Bellevue area. But outside of that, we didn't see much for impacts. We did have several thousand power outages in the area though. So, a lot of people still had to deal with the effects of even what we call lower end wind. East Lewis County News, thank you for sharing. Yeah, just about to ask about the Nisqually, so thank you. Perfect. Yeah, so there's two areas of the Nisqually that we're looking at here that have flood warnings. And if you don't count Alder Lake here, technically the entire Nisqually is under a flood warning here for the next couple of days. They changed a lot of these from until further notice until either Thursday or Friday. For example, the flood warning here for the Nisqually River from its headwaters down through Elbee, Ashford, and National to the end of Alder Lake here is now until Friday morning, late Friday morning. And again, major flooding still in the forecast. A good majority of these rivers here where you see the purple squares, they are for major flooding in the forecast. The Stilly here is for moderate flooding. Skagit is for major flooding. Don't have any flood warnings out right now for the Nooksack, but I do notice that the Nooksack is running pretty high. The Nooksack River at Ferndale here is running a little high at the moment, but not flooding. Looks like it'll peak at around 21.33 feet. So it'll have a crest at moderate flood stage right now. So I'm interested to see if they're going to update this square here. Because the forecasts are still going up for a lot of these Cascade Rivers, even up here up north. Because the moisture axis is going to move north this time, rather than down over southwest Washington, northwest Oregon. It's going to start to slide directly over most of western Washington. Thank you, Leslie Allen, for your donation of 99 stars. Really appreciate that. Whenever you get a chance, could you please tell us about the Skagit? Well, perfect timing. Look at that. Let's go over the warnings real quick. The warning here for concrete downstream is until further notice. And major flooding is forecast. Here at the concrete station, expecting a max crest of 40.65 feet, which is insane because the major flood level is 32.5 feet. This is still a little ways away from the all-time record high crest though. But still major flooding. Like it's 25% higher than the level of the major flood line here. At least if you go from 0 to 40. But if you go from action stage to major, this is almost twice as high from the bottom of action stage to the bottom of major stage here. Can't even imagine what the flooding is going to be like. But it has major flooding beginning sometime between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, cresting by 10 a.m. Thursday, and continuing until Thursday night and the Friday morning before it dips below flood stage. So, yeah, I'm glad to see they finally got this flood warning out, although they took their sweet time to get it out last night. But yeah, that is until further notice. Downstream here at the Mount Vernon gauge, also until further notice from this afternoon, until further notice, which means no updates at this moment. This should have less of a crest, but it still is going to be within about half a foot of the all-time record high. This is less than 6 inches below the record crest of 37.4 feet. So expected to hit 36.91 feet by 4 a.m. on Friday, but major flood stage is expected to begin shortly after 4 a.m. Thursday, with only minor flooding expected tonight. So from about 4 a.m. Thursday to 10 p.m. Friday, so about 36 hours or so here, we're going to be at major flood stage here down in Mount Vernon as well. So major flooding expected all the way from Rockport downstream through Concrete, Hamilton, Cedar Woolley, Mount Vernon, all the way down to the delta here for the Skagit. So again, flood warnings in effect for major flooding until further notice for the Skagit River. Neighborhood in Yelm sits on the Nisqually. Whew, yikes is all I got to say. How about the Green River, Alex Britt? Sure thing. So currently the forecast continues to keep going up here for the Green River. And we're expecting flood warnings here soon for the Cedar River as well. Could also have flooding here in Issaquah Creek. But yeah, Green River currently has a flood warning as shown here, although a little bit of a broad warning here. It's not really river specific, which is weird. And they just kind of threw a polygon on there and called it good. But both the Green River and White River in Auburn are expected to hit either moderate or major flood stage here. Moderate for the Green River and major for the White River. Just put out the flood warning here for the White River earlier this afternoon. Thank you, Debbie, for your generous donation of 200 stars. Appreciate it. So yeah, the gauge here for the Green River, where it's currently minor flooding, and we're minor flooding now at the White River down here in southeast Auburn as well, going towards the town of Pacific here. So the Green River here in Auburn is currently at minor flood stage, and it is expected to get just over moderate flood stage here this afternoon. The forecast here is in 20 minutes, but I think it may take a little bit longer. Although, as you can see, the gauge here is taking a beeline up towards moderate flooding right now. So probably within the next 2 hours or so, we'll be at moderate flood stage for observed lists here at the Green River, and not just forecasts. But expected to get below moderate flood stage here later tonight, and then get back up over moderate flooding by Thursday morning, and then stay up there for about 12 hours or so, and then hang on at minor flooding for a number of days. This goes all the way out to Wednesday of next week before we dip back below minor flood stage. And also notice too, starting to pick up on the forecasts here for the following week, where we could have additional atmospheric river potential by Friday the 19th, which is 10 days in the future. It has it once again hitting minor flood stage here the morning of Friday the 19th, but this is way out in the forecast, so this will change. Take this forecast from even a couple days on with an extreme grain of salt. Yeah, sure thing, Alex. So yeah, Green River expected to hit moderate flood stage here very soon, dip down below moderate, and then back up again over moderate by Thursday afternoon. And similar to that, the White River down here, minor flooding at the moment. Although oddly enough, the gauge is shrunk down, so I can't see the scale of this. think they might have just tweaked the forecast recently, and we may have to refresh because it still shows major flooding forecast here. But it's not showing remotely even close to major flooding here on the graph. So I hope to get that problem addressed quickly. It may not look like there's a flood warning here for South Prairie, but there is. It's just weird enough. They put the contour over Carbonado instead of over the town of South Prairie. But you can tell exactly where that should be. It fits the contour here fairly well. Scott Buchanan, ahoy! All week. Any other rivers doing this? See, we got an email from someone. I think maybe someone sent in photos. Yeah, Tara Rogers. I believe is that Wamama84 here on YouTube, if you're watching. Otherwise, do feel free to correct me again. Got a couple Taras and a few Julies on here, so trying to make sure I get all the right people here. But it looks like they sent in some photos and maybe some videos to look at. Depending on the size of the video, I may not be able to show it in this section. In this session, I should say. But yeah, this was sent in by viewer and follower Tara Rogers. This is the Carbon River. Running exceptionally high down there. I don't know if they gave us a location. Let me check out the location to see if it gave an exact location on this. Clearly gone down, but likely to rise again. Carbon River, Tuesday afternoon. And a few more by the looks of it. This is under a bridge, so this is probably somewhere upstream of Ording a bit. Yeah, definitely up to its banks. If you recognize that bridge precisely, let me know. I would have to guess it's where the Carbon River crosses underneath Highway 162, going down into Ording from South Prairie. If I had to take a gander at that. Then they sent the video as well, but unfortunately the video's not going to play at the moment. But yeah, thank you, Tara Rogers, for sending in those photos. Full credit goes to Tara. Go share the live stream here to Twitter real quick. Also gotta make sure I keep remembering to cross-post the blue sky. Alright, if you're watching north of Seattle up to Everett right now, is it raining where you are? Please go ahead and let me know. Let's see, someone's asking about, are any other rivers expected to flood all week? Not that I know of right now, but yeah, the White River was showing major flooding for several days, but for some reason the gauge appears to be acting up, or at least the pages. No, something's wrong with the gauge or the server that they're using. Wow, did you guys just see that? Did you see the difference here since I just refreshed the page? Oh boy, Cedar River, everybody. Wow, that's a huge update. Oh man. Should hopefully expect to see flood warnings anytime tonight or tomorrow morning for the Cedar River here for major flooding now. And they're showing, this is unbelievable. For the Cedar River at Renton, they're showing within a tenth of a foot. This is a matter of an inch, a little over an inch possibly, of the all-time high record crest here at the Cedar River in Renton now. This would be by Thursday at 10 a.m. This has the river reaching minor flood stage between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, reaching moderate flood stage between 4 and 10, and then reaching major flood stage between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. Thursday. But luckily, it shouldn't last long. That's the good news. But see, the trend down is slower than the trend up. So a lot of concern now coming in for the Cedar River. If you know anyone in the Landsberg area downstream, you know, towards Renton here, along Highway 169 in particular. Cedar River near Landsberg comes within a little less than a half foot of the all-time record high now. This is just in, folks. So you guys are seeing this at the same time as I am. This is some crazy news we're getting in here right now. Similar here, expected to crest at 9.97 feet by 4 a.m., which is major flood stage, and again within a half foot. It looks like less than 6 inches of the all-time record high here at the Cedar River near Landsberg. Again, reaching minor flood stage sometime Wednesday morning, tomorrow, and then jumping straight into major flood stage over a 6-hour period, and then hanging up there for longer than downstream, that's for sure. This is almost 2 days at major flood stage. This is right around 2 days at major for Landsberg area. And then again, a steady decrease, but slower than the increase, which again does not help things in that area. All right, I see a few comments asking about the wind. So let's jump into the wind real quick, shall we? A couple of updates since the last stream, but I have posted these updates on the Facebook page as well. My recent page with the radar image, I have a few drop downs talking about the coastal flood advisory for the Northwest Interior, as well as the wind advisory here for the rest of us. So the original issuance here was showing the wind advisory in effect from 8 p.m. this evening to 8 p.m. tomorrow, with gusts of 40 miles per hour out of the south to southwest direction. Sustained winds of 20 to 30 here. And so with the soil saturated, it doesn't take much to bring those trees down easy, which is probably why they let this 40 mile per hour threshold slide, because the threshold for wind advisories is 45 miles per hour. But it probably let this 40 slide through because of the soil situation we have going on around the area. And again, this is included now, so this is the updated. But let's go to the update before I show you the map. So they added the east side region into this advisory, and they extended it to 10 p.m. tomorrow. So they added an extra 2 hours onto the advisory, and they expanded it to the east side. So this includes cities like Issaquah, Bothell, Bellevue, Kirkland, and Redmond are now in this advisory as well. See, now in effect, 10 p.m. Wednesday. So 8 p.m. this evening to 10 p.m. Wednesday, but they did not change the amounts. They changed it to southwest, so not really looking for those southerly winds, which southerly winds are usually the ones that do a lot of damage. So southwest. So some areas may be sheltered. If you're normally sheltered from the southwest, probably the same deal here. This also includes Mercer Island as well. For any of you Mercer Island folks, you were just recently added to this wind advisory. So again, if you're in the black shaded contour here, see with the black outlines here, anywhere in this contour here, you are in the wind advisory tonight through tomorrow night. Us too, says Kim Leonard. No, still does not include the foothills. So this is for the immediate Puget Sound area going up to the foothills, but not the foothills themselves. So Monroe, Sultan, Gold Bar, Enumclaw, North Bend, Snoqualmie, Eatonville area, you are not included in this. You are still not included in this. That could change, however, and of course I'll let you guys know if it does change. So don't worry, you guys know where to look. Puget Sound Stormwatch on Facebook. Or if you're on YouTube, don't have Facebook, I post this on Patreon as well at the same time. So wind, yeah. Julie said, just started misting. That's up in Oso. Make sure, yeah. Yeah, you're the Julie that's up in Oso. Just started misting in Oso. Everett is dry and calm. Keith says, welcome back. Hello, Keith. Yeah, I took care of business today. We're back and the schedule should be clear for the rest of the night. Let's see how long we can keep up the stream tonight. Just really streaming till I collapse at the moment. So yeah, this includes cities like Marysville, Everett, Linwood, Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Seattle, Renton, Kent, Federal Way, Tacoma, SeaTac, Bremerton, Paulsbo, Silverdale, Bainbridge Island area, Vashon Island area, Shelton, Olympia, Lakewood, Spanaway, Puyallup, Chehalis, Centralia, Grand Mound, Toledo, Bader, Napavine, Winlock, Westport, Ocean Shores, Nia Bay, La Push, Quileute, Forks, Hump Tulips area, Elma, Montesano, and Hoquiam and Aberdeen. So if you're near any of those cities or heard your city be called out, you are in a wind advisory from 8 p.m. tonight to 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Southwesterly wind gusts of 40 miles per hour possible with sustained winds of, I believe it was 20 to 30. Yeah, out of the southwest. So it's going to be pretty hit or miss again for the areas. You know, a lot of areas were missed last night, but there were some areas that did hit. Like down here in South Federal Way, Milton area, Everett Payne Field, Hoquiam, and I heard some parts of Olympia also got pretty windy. But we recorded a 49 mile per hour southwesterly gust here at Tacoma Narrows Airport as well. That Hoquiam 68 we got yesterday was probably based on the terrain feature. We may see similar tonight because what you're going to notice as I go through this model run here is it once again has almost the same sort of frontal structure as we saw last night. Although, bear with me, the pivotal weather site's a little glitchy. Yeah, this has, see, look, frontal feature as well. Oriented almost the same, if not a little bit sharper of an incline here. So closer to west to east. But still expected to pull sort of a westerly surge feature into Everett. But it's not looking as potent here, or potent on this most recent model run here, the HER 3KM 18Z run. This is going out to Thursday morning, so blustery day expected all the way through Wednesday afternoon, beginning tonight. And again, remember that wind advisory goes into effect for the areas I listed at 8 p.m. tonight, so 4 hours to go. Moclips is also included in the wind advisory, yes. And it's looking like it could get quite blustery off the coast here too, near the Moclips area too. This model here, again, going to be a little bit on the high end. So a lot of us are disappointed or relieved. You know, choose your side of the reaction that you didn't get any wins last night. You know, it's going to be extremely hit or miss based on your area. You know, forecasting this is difficult to impossible. So just be ready for it, but hope that you don't get it at the same time, because the soil is going to be much more saturated this time around than Friday night, and probably around the same as last night. But that rain's coming in right now, and the rain's going to probably move into this area before the winds start kicking up. So we could have a little boost to soil moisture and oversaturation, which will allow trees to fall much easier with lesser wind gusts as well. Could take something as little as a 30 mile per hour wind gust to bring down a full-size tree if the soil is saturated enough, you know, allowing those roots to uproot much easier out of the ground. Windy here in Hoquiam last night. Yeah, you guys got that 68 mile per hour gust last night. That was just bonkers when I saw that. Will it be windy again? Expected to be windy again. Probably around the same for your area. But yeah, as we go out through 10 a.m. tomorrow, still showing some wind gusts in the 40 mile per hour range for Seattle southward here. It shows Seattle at 32, but again, you notice, depending on your exact locale here, you know, Enumclaw area is not expecting too much with this round, which is good. That's probably why they omitted most of the foothills from the wind advisory. But then again, even the European model is showing some higher end wind gusts up in the foothills. So I have a feeling they may think about expanding this wind advisory eastward a little bit. But we will just have to wait and see when that happens. Well, let's make sure. Yeah, I think this is an updated run of the European. Last time we checked was the 12Z. But yeah, 12Z had some 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts here and there. Looks like the 18Z kind of knocks a couple miles per hour off, which is good news. But see, it still shows some local areas here over 40 miles per hour around that Tacoma Narrows area, and up here, up through the Olympics, down across the Kitsap Peninsula, Tahoyah Peninsula area as well. And even some spots up here in the foothills where if you go to around the I-90 Highway 18 interchange here, it's showing around 52 between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow. Again, these are 6-hour maxes, so this is not on an hourly basis. It's showing between the 6-hour range, the potential highest wind gust a certain area could see within that 6-hour range. It could be once, it could be twice, it could be continuous. But you know, the European's also showing this little frontal feature come through too, but it's showing this westerly surge being a little bit strong for the Coupeville area here in Ebie Island. So again, we'll not expecting to be up 4 a.m. Thursday, but we'll go over this again most likely tomorrow night too. So he's showing around 60 miles per hour, but this is Mount Rainier, so this is to be expected. Don't worry if you're in the Greenwater area. We're not expecting the huge gusts here in Greenwater. This is just a resolution issue from the model. Any wind for Eatonville tonight? Looks breezy at best, but I'm not seeing any indications for major winds down in Eatonville. Eatonville. Not seeing any indication of major wind down in that area right now. I need 45 mile per hour wind. Well, see, it's kind of a gray area when you say, you know, you want something because other people obviously don't want it. And their livelihoods can depend on the wind. Like I have a follower here on Facebook whose livelihood literally depends on the wind in that area, and she's 100% reliant on my forecast. So I want to make sure I deliver the most accurate information possible to everyone, of course. Although last night didn't quite work out for most of us. I think that wind advisory was just sent out by the NWS as sort of a precaution because of the saturated soils last night, but see, they lowered the threshold to 40 for this round because they must have higher confidence with saturated soils, resulting in more tree damage with less wind gusts, or the potential for more tree damage. You know, it's not a given. It's going to be extremely conditional based on where you're at. Ooh, did they have this update last time I checked? Wow. Look at that. Major flooding for the Elwha River. And not only just major flooding, they just bumped it up to an all-time high, possible by 4 p.m. tomorrow. So expecting here soon, they'll probably be putting out a flood warning for this if this were to continue. Right now, it's not even close to even action stage, but it's expecting a massive increase over 18 hours. Over a matter of 12 hours, it's going to be from just getting in the action stage up to over 25 feet, which shatters the all-time record by a half a foot. But luckily right now, it's only going to be at that stage for no more than 12 hours, hopefully, maybe less. But yeah, that's a surprise. Someone just brought it up here in one of my Discord servers that I'm on. A big deal here for, you know, areas west of Port Angeles here in the Elwha Reservation. It didn't see that until someone just pointed it out. And they just bumped up the Nooksack to moderate too. They bumped up the entire Nooksack to moderate in that recent update. This is why we have to constantly keep refreshing this page, because we keep getting new updates every few minutes or so. Rain just started like the weather Google said here, so fingers crossed. Sure thing. Kristen Hinrichsen says, thank you again for your updates. Still need a good storm. A good storm that doesn't cause much damage, yes. Yeah, Keith actually pointed this out 5 minutes ago. I completely missed this comment because I was answering Facebook comments. But the amount of reds and purples we're seeing is starting to become a major concern coming up for the short term. Whatcom County, coincidentally, just talking about the rivers up there, but if we go look at the wind forecast, it's not looking overly terrible for Whatcom County. See, it doesn't have Bellingham getting much more than 30 miles per hour. The wind is mainly going to be from about Everett southward by the looks of it. So Everett to the coast, and I'm starting to question why the NWS didn't include the foothills in their wind advisory when all the models, including the old reliable European here, is showing over 50 mile per hour gusts for some of these areas, and close to 60 here for the Gold Bar area. This is probably closer to Skykomish, but still, that area that's getting walloped with flooding from the Skykomish River right now, getting that big wind over there would be devastating to them upstream. This is the Snohomish side. So this is north of Skykomish here, because Skykomish, Bering, Grotto, and Scenic here, as you go up to Stevens Pass, are on the King County side. That's pretty close to the Skykomish Bering area. We'll have to keep close eyes on observations for that later on tomorrow night, assuming we're streaming at this time. I certainly have questions here, that's for sure. Bainbridge Island wind. Well, you're included in the wind advisory, so just a heads up on that. But the European model, which usually nails this forecast to a T, isn't showing anything major for you. Showing no more. It shows you capped off at around 38 miles per hour going through Wednesday into early Thursday morning, which is the duration of that wind advisory. It goes until 10 p.m. on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. Apparently, the Wenatchee River at Peshastin just joined the major flood stage gang. Like, not currently, but expected to hit major flood stage by what looks like Thursday night, Friday morning. Could be a big deal there. How's Bellingham looking? Not too shabby for wind. So wind, of course, like previous events, is going to be extremely conditional. So, of course, wind direction, pressure gradient, all of that is going to matter hugely in this. And it does show a nice pressure gradient here across parts of the sound. See where the lines are tight? Right here, close together, that's a pressure gradient. And the tighter these lines are together, the closer they are together, then the stronger the winds will be, in theory. But of course, due to terrain and microclimates, some areas are completely blocked from the wind, while some hoard all of it to themselves. So this is why whenever I give out a wind forecast like this, I always have to say it's going to be conditional. But the conditions do look ripe. I will say that. They do look ripe for relatively strong winds for much of the North Sound down into the southwest interior. So that applies to anywhere. If you see anywhere in the red to yellow here, you could be expecting relatively strong winds from tonight into Wednesday afternoon. Called K-Dog Weather. I will definitely check that out, Keith. Woken up to branches crashing down on my roof and smashing my grandkids' picnic table. Ooh, at 1 a.m. Maple tree went down across the street. Sketchy night in Packwood. Yeah, thankfully no flooding right now upstream along the Cowlitz and Packwood, but downstream at Randall, not the same story. And I know there's not many very ways to get out of Packwood in case of an emergency. So, just make sure you plan your evacuation if you have to evacuate. Plan it as efficiently as possible, because there's not very many roads to get out of Packwood. Only other way to get out of Packwood would be to cross White Pass, probably. There may be some back roads here and there to get out of there too. I think there's a back road that takes you out of Packwood and up towards the Nisqually entrance along Highway 706 somewhere. But, it's been a long time since I've checked that out. But if you have to get out of there, do be sure to plan it as efficiently as possible. Yeah, this river flooding map is lighting up like a Christmas tree. And a lot of it's purple too, which is just unreal. The values just keep going up every time I refresh, I swear. Even the Samish River near Burlington is expected to flood now. I don't think you ever see that. See, and look, there's another change. It just bumped up the Stilly too. Now the Stilly's expected to hit major flood stage in Arlington. It just keeps getting worse every time I refresh. I'm just hoping for a gradual downtrend as time goes on, but it's not looking good. It's really not looking good. You know, so if you really live along any of these Cascade River valleys here, just be on alert the next couple of days. You know, these forecasts are going to change, and it is going to be important and imperative that you follow warning guidance. Again, I'll post the link to the website here in both of the comment boxes. But yeah, guys, I seriously cannot stress this enough. And eventually they're going to be upgrading these warnings probably to major flood warnings for a lot of these rivers. You know, I just honestly cannot believe what I'm seeing. This is a lot to handle. And I know for you guys too, it is a lot to handle. Now, I don't believe I've ever seen this many rivers at one point forecast to hit major flood stage. You know, as long as I've been alive at least. Maybe 2006, maybe 2017, 2021 possibly. But, you know, I wasn't paying as close attention to the river forecast as I am now. So now I'm more analytical with the data. So obviously I'm going to be watching all of these rivers. And yeah, there's the Wenatchee near Peshastin, also at major flood forecast. You know, this is getting ridiculous around the area. Yeah. Major on the Stilly, but it's downstream from you, Julie. But still, they upgraded the North Fork Stilly here near Arlington, between Oso and Arlington, to moderate flood stage, moderate flood forecast. I have to make sure we can't mix up stage and forecast. Stage is what it's at currently. Forecast is the forecast. You know, so again, sorry if the wording is a little bit off, but just trying to come up with the right words to express this for you guys, because this is serious, but I don't want to scare you guys. I'm just saying, like, just be ready. If you have to get out of there, know your escape plan, have everything ready, and just dart. You know, just don't even fool around. If you get the call to go, don't fool around. Just get out of there, please. You know, your livelihood is at stake. Oh boy. Let's check the Stilly forecast here. Good thing is no flooding is expected until tomorrow morning, so should have a bit of daybreak here before the flooding starts. So in case you want to decide to get out of there, if you want to get out of the Arlington city limits that are down by the river here, which I believe, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's just the outlying parts of downtown Arlington. But do let me know if downtown Arlington does usually flood during a Stilly flood event. It's kind of hard to tell with the topography of this area if Arlington's on a little elevation, like a little elevated piece of land compared to the river. Yeah, like Keith said, turn around, don't drown. That is the moral of the story. If you see flooding, get out of there. Do not try to cross the road. This even has, I mean, there's just so many rivers getting within a foot of all-time record highs, you know? This is madness, truly. Has a peak crest of 20.59 feet by 10 p.m. tomorrow. So I expect them to upgrade this warning if they haven't already done so. Let's check to see if it's still saying for moderate flooding or not downstream. But if not, see, it still says moderate flooding. So most likely we're going to be getting those updates tonight. Hopefully by tonight and not tomorrow morning, so you guys can have as much lead time as possible to decide whether or not you want to get out of there if the warning is issued, you know? Yeah, prepare for traffic to suck. Matt Craig says Mud Mountain Dam's about the breach. I don't think it's about the breach. I think they're gonna start opening it up for sure. But yeah, they're releasing ridiculous amounts of water at the Mud Mountain Dam for sure. Predicted to be one of Sumner's worst floods. I believe it. Parts of Auburn, Pacific, and Sumner are going to get hit extremely hard the next couple of days. Yeah, feel free to, Julie. I remember the Stillaguamish flooded pretty good 2 years ago. That would probably be a good time frame to look at for the Stilly here in Arlington. Yeah, moderate flood stage currently here in Snohomish. I heard the town of Snohomish is safe itself, but the outlying roads here, like South Snohomish and the Old Snohomish Highway, I believe it is. There's Old Snohomish Monroe Road. That one's likely going to flood if it already hasn't. But yeah, Highway 9 here from Maltby, going down the hill outside of Maltby here into the town of Snohomish is going to be under a lot of water if it isn't already. Pioneer Highway in Savannah will be flooded. So Snoqualmie Falls, oh yeah, I believe it. I was seeing some videos from some of my weather friends over there, and it was just madness. You know, you could hardly hear the roar over them hear them talking over the roar. Pardon me. What did I see? Elwha icon purple. Yes, you're not seeing things. The Elwha River here is now forecasted to hit major flooding, and not only major flooding, but break its all-time high record by 4 p.m. tomorrow. I'm hoping this downtrends, and this may be just a little forecast mistake, but it's super close in the game now. You know, we're less than 24 hours from this crest if that were to happen. So I hope they start putting out the flood warnings here soon for the Elwha and other surrounding rivers, which they just updated to major. So expect a lot of radio traffic and, you know, interruptions to your TVs with flood warnings. You know, if you guys have been receiving these flood warnings on TV or on your phone, you'll expect it to go berserk here next 24 to 36 hours or so. That came from the city of Sumner. Huh, interesting. That's some very strong wording from the city if that's what if they're talking about a breach. You know, a full breach would be devastating. That would be like a state of emergency level devastating. You know? But I still don't believe it's going to breach. I know they're going to release a lot of water, but I haven't heard any issues with the structure of the Mud Mountain Dam up here. So I'm just hoping maybe that was a little bit too much hyperbole from the city of Sumner. But still, all of these dots are just, not the dots, but the squares are just lighting up a color you do not want to see, and that is purple. You know, so literally, I cannot stress this enough for you guys. Please heed these warnings, and if they tell you to go, go. You know, if they do tell you to evacuate, do not hesitate. Get your important papers, get your animals if you have them. You know, if you have livestock, they're hosting centers around the area to keep your livestock, like the Evergreen Fairgrounds here in Monroe for the Skycomish, for example. If you want to keep your livestock there, they have that open as a livestock shelter. Those homes along the Elwha are in extreme danger. Yeah, I remember they took out that dam quite a few years back as well. Just really nervous for all of these people along these rivers, you know. Of course, we're going to have widespread infrastructure impacts as well. Like, this flooding is occurring across a lot of key roads and highways here. I mean, you know, it's a lot to process, honestly. And I know people are relying on me, and I want to give you this information as quick as possible and as accurate as possible. So just, you know, please heed my warning if you're along any of these rivers. Someone asks, has the Cedar River gone purple? Yes, both spots here have gone purple. So expecting major along the Cedar now. And in case you missed it, when I first started the stream, the green was bumped up to moderate here in Auburn. But oddly enough, they just bumped down the forecast to minor flooding here for the White River. So that was an out-of-date gauge for some reason. Hopefully it stays that way too. Snohomish still going to be as high as they originally stated. A little bit of a reprieve for Snohomish at Snohomish. It's still going to hit major flood stage, but it's not likely to break the all-time record. I mean, this is still going to be major flooding for several days at a time. This has major flooding starting around 4 p.m. tonight. This is tomorrow. Excuse me, tomorrow. Did they just update the Nooksack too? Hang on, guys. Someone just said the Nooksack is expected to cause major near record as well. So we may have to wait for an update here on the Nooksack, but at the very least, the Nooksack's moderate for pretty much the entirety of its length here too, which is terrible, terrible news. You know, you guys didn't get a break at all in November 2021. What website do you use for the data? Yeah, I will gladly link it again for you guys. It's water.noaa.gov. What is the atmospheric river doing as it comes in? It's mainly going to be focused here over Western Washington. Like almost the entirety of Western Washington. And I'll show you guys what I mean by that here in just a second. See, and the moisture axis is farther north this time around. Expected to maybe slide a little bit farther south, but this is going to put some pressure here on these southwest Washington rivers also. It slides a little bit to the south after Wednesday, but throughout the day, Wednesday, it's just going to hold. It's going to stay there for almost the entire day. You know, and they're starting to bring this plume of moisture concerningly farther south as well. But right now it looks like throughout the day, Friday, that central Vancouver Island, a majority of the coast of Vancouver Island is going to be under the gun. And the northern areas here could get clipped by some of this precipitable water as well. It's just showing a measure of moisture in the atmosphere that can fall as precipitation. And again, hopefully this is progressive, but it's showing yet another pattern of high precipitable water rates aimed at Western Washington, albeit from south to north and not west to east. You know, this is going into next week too, and even starting to pop up the potential of windstorm potential going out past the 6-day forecast as well. There's just some things we're really going to have to nitpick as time goes on, because this low here is taking a concerningly close path to the Goldilocks zone, as I like to call it, for strong winds here around the Puget Sound. This likely wouldn't be until Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. Again, something to keep tabs on, everyone. Yeah, it just shows a relentless fire hose over us again throughout all of Wednesday, pretty much. The record was 1990. That could be broken on the Snohomish. Sent one video of Randall flooding, but not sure it will turn out. Yeah, so I would have to open the video in a player, and I just haven't got that set up yet. So just bear with me. Only showing videos from Facebook at the moment, but I can probably try to share them to my page later on, though. I just want to keep this stream running as efficiently as possible, and we just got some new updates here about 11 minutes ago or so. So let's check out these updates here. South Fork, Stilly. Here, South Fork, Stillaguamish, and Granite Falls. Let's go to the third update. Change from minor to moderate severity for the South Fork, Stillaguamish near the Jordan Road Bridge. So this is just within Granite Falls city limits here. Moderate flooding now forecast for the South Fork, Stillaguamish. And Skykomish near Gold Bar was extended till December 12th. So Skykomish River near Gold Bar, major flooding is forecast, now in effect until early Friday afternoon. I'm just waiting for this plethora of flood warnings to go into effect for the Cedar, for example. You know, I'm just in complete disbelief right now. Like, truly. Yeah, I know. Car Freak 0029, I mentioned that not long ago. I've been really pushing this Cedar River also. Been pushing the Elwha River also. There's a lot of people. Like this is an entire reservation here, as far as I know. But there's people along this river going out to the Strait of Juan de Fuca. This thing is expected to hit major flood stage now, and soon too. See, by 4 p.m. in less than 24 hours, this river could be raging across Highway 101 here, down into the lower Elwha. You know, just outside of Port Angeles there. But yeah, the Cedar will have huge impacts along Highway 169 here from Maple Valley to Renton. This includes the Landsberg area as well. So crossing Summit Landsberg Road here. And Landsberg Road is going to be near impossible if this forecast verifies. And that cuts off a lot of people in Hobart too, from the south at least. So they'll have to go into Hobart from the north, which of course can be a little more hassle-some. So Homish at Monroe will be 1.5 feet from all-time record. Yeah, I know. It's just, you know, there's history being made. There's history about to be made. If everything holds, you know, a lot of records are about to be broken. History's going to be changed weather-wise here in Western Washington if this really holds up as it's forecasted to. West of the mouth of the White and Puyallup. Water reached the road 1 mile from me this morning. Hoping I won't have to evacuate in the middle of the night Wednesday or Thursday. So you're right around the Sumner city limits then, right? Because they were expecting major flooding for the White River, but they recently just downgraded it to minor for some reason, and a huge downgrade too. Like, hoping that's not a mistake and it holds at minor. That way they can downgrade the flood warning to only minor flooding. Let's see, it doesn't even have you getting close now to moderate flood stage, but it still has you at minor flooding for almost a week. In this forecast, it actually has you over a week here on this forecast at minor flooding, which still, would you rather take major flooding over a few hours or would you take a minor flood over a week? You know, it's a pick your poison kind of deal. It's still going to have long-term effects in this area. Bunch of wind advisories being posted. Bonnie Lake, I believe last time I checked, you're just outside the wind advisory area. Yeah, you're just outside. So up on the hill here, Lake Taps area, Bonnie Lake. Although you're not in the wind advisory area, you could see some wind gusts tonight through tomorrow night. But we're not expecting them to be particularly strong. I think the model projections have been a bit on the high end recently. Is this where it begins? I thought they were going to start issuing a, parade of flood warnings here. They extended the time of several of them. So flood warning continues for the following rivers in Washington. This just in. Tolt River above Carnation, Chehalis at Centralia, and Green River near Auburn. In case you missed it, the Tolt River above Carnation was upgraded to major as well. So now in effect until Thursday evening for the Tolt River above Carnation. And then still minor flooding is forecast for the Chehalis at Centralia. So some parts of Centralia are expected to get minor flooding between late tonight and tomorrow evening, with peak flooding possible during the day tomorrow across the area. And then minor flooding is occurring at the moment at the Green River, and moderate is forecast. And this goes until further notice. Again, this is the Green River in Auburn city limits. But I have seen a lot of flooding upstream as well along Green Valley Road too, including the Green Valley Meets, which has about a foot of water or so around it last time I checked. How can I find the AFD on the IEM? Well, the site I use to get all of my warnings in real time is the IEM bot. So that's the site I use, and it shows all of the area forecast discussions as they come in as well. It'll show you every time a flood warning is issued, continued, extended, or canceled. And same with all other warnings, watches, advisories, etc. Hello, Stormy. Welcome back. Yeah, so area forecast discussions just pop up here and there here on the IEM. They show everything under one category. It looks like it's been so long since an AFD has been issued that there's just so many flood products in here that it's just overwhelming the server right now. So, has there even been an AFD issued today yet? Look at that. Chances are there. I just said it and we just had an area forecast discussion issued. So, you should see that pop up on the top of your screen, Keith. Yeah, we had an overwhelming amount of flood products go through that it looks like it's been the entire day without an AFD issued, an area forecast discussion. So that should have just popped up for you if you're on the site, Keith. Hello, Cheryl. Welcome in. Another night of fear and not sleeping. No more wind, please. It's not looking like a great risk right now. The only reason they put out the wind advisory, even though the wind gusts are expected to be below advisory criteria, just because of those oversaturated soils in the area, with the rain we just had and the rain still coming in tonight. And see, if we look on the Langley Hill radar, starting to see some rain move into the foothills also, which again will put added pressure on those foothill rivers out here. Those Cascade Mountain rivers like the Snoqualmie, Tolt, and Skykomish, for example. And then here comes the heavy rain for the Elwha River area. You see it shows up even better here on the Camino Island radar. See steady rain moving over the Hood Canal right now, north of Olympia. Rain on its way to Tacoma, so enjoy your dry time if you still have it, because rain's on the way in the next couple of hours. And then starting to see some pretty strong radar echoes move into these river basins here. You know, although it may start out as snow up here at Snoqualmie. Last time I checked, Snoqualmie's still out of power. But see, we're at freezing at Stampede, which means it should be right around freezing here at Snoqualmie. But as that atmospheric river moves closer, it's going to raise the snow level up to over 6,000 feet, maybe over 7,000 feet, which is exclusively to the higher peaks of the Cascades, such as the volcanoes and the North Cascade passes. You know, you may be feeling some rainfall Seattle southward right now. Light rain, by the looks of it. Just started raining on the Cedar. Thank you, Dustin, for your report. How's my mom's Huskies doing? They are doing just fine. So the neighbors chose a very wise time in weather history to build a fence. And we have a temporary metal fence up that the dogs can peek through. And so they just all of a sudden brought these contractors in. I don't even want to say contractors, you know, brought these workers in to start installing a new fence. And, you know, the dogs are going mad because these guys are just sitting there basically teasing them, you know? And so I just have to stay there to make sure that the dogs don't try to go after them or get out. And luckily, my mom's appointment was only a few hours, and so we took care of that. So now they're back at home. And I was able to come back home, and here I am right now streaming with you guys. So yeah, Huskies are doing great, and my mom's doing all right too. Gotta drive to Seattle to see my daughter at Children's. Best of luck to you. Why is the radar in BC coming down through Vancouver Island and into Washington? Probably just because Vancouver Island's having issues being picked up by the radar beam. The Olympics and all the higher crests up here are detrimental to the beams on the radar. You know, that's why you get all of these little peaks up here and all of this little radar debris being picked up by the radar. You might be able to see a little better if you go to the Alder Grove radar up here. You have less of a disturbance in the radar beams for that area. Then, you know, you see some areas like out here in Port Angeles where it doesn't get picked up as well. You have these little beams that are being cut off by terrain features. For example, I think since this is close to Sumas Mountain may be getting in the way of some of these beams. You know, it just depends on the radar you use. Like, radar scope really exaggerates these. Now, this is the super res high definition reflectivity that I'm using. They're going to be rain and wind on the East Hill of Kent tonight. Well, the East Hill of Kent is just on the outside of this wind advisory. I can't count out the chance that you won't see wind gusts, but even then, they're not expected to be anywhere close to damaging. But the reason they put it out was just as a word of caution, because you still have saturated soils that could easily uproot trees with lower end wind gusts, like 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Can do some damage if the soil, you know, moves as easily as it is, because it doesn't have as much integrity for the roots of the trees to keep them upright, you know? So yeah, current radar around the area beginning to show steady rain moving in. And again, more pressure coming to those rivers here in the Cascades. You know, heavier rain moving into Port Angeles through the strait right now. This is going to be moving east into parts of Snohomish and Skagit counties and the rivers that feed in these areas too. You know, so it's just an unfortunate situation coming up. Still not seeing it overly breezy right now. We're not expecting the winds to really pick up until later on tonight, super early in the morning tomorrow. What's this? Oh boy. So we just had our second river of the day hit major flood stage. Snoqualmie near Carnation now experiencing major flooding. Luckily expected to go down below major flood stage very soon, I hope. But the last update was at 3:15 and it had 57.92, so we must have had an update that's not shown up yet that just pushed it over 58 feet. So yeah, as of the recent update, it's showing major flooding currently occurring here in Carnation city limits along the Snoqualmie River. Saying near 60-kilometer gusts near Ladysmith near the strait tonight and tomorrow. That seems reasonable, I will say. Maybe on the higher end of things. I think that's probably on the higher end of things. It's because the wind direction is going to be more out of the southwest, so you don't exactly get those winds curving around Vancouver Island here. Yeah, and you have the Olympics helping you out as well. But yeah, these are wind gusts, and for your general area, it's extremely underwhelming. You know, you might have some southeasterlies come up the strait ahead of the system tomorrow, but that's really about it. I think Environment Canada may be going a little too extreme on that forecast, but only time will tell if it verifies. Keegan Lee says, reminds me of hurricane season in Louisiana, cannot escape the floods. Yeah, no matter where you go, it's gonna flood. You know, even up on the hills, it's gonna flood with the rain. But luckily, you don't have rivers on hills to worry about. Barely rained in Kent. The rain shadow in its full glory. Yeah, you barely got any rain, but to your north of I-90 last night, you know, we had what looked like a convergence zone stall over I-90 and just dump on the Snoqualmie up here. It probably didn't make it very far south of I-90 because the last time I checked before I called it a night, it was just hanging up over I-90 here. Just, again, adding to the intensity of that flood zone here for the Snoqualmie. Let's check a few more things here. Trying to see if anything else got upgraded since I last refreshed. I don't think so. Looks like they downgraded the Cowlitz River to a non-flooding forecast. Although it's currently minor flooding, they're expecting the forecast to decrease below flood stages in the near term. And that's why they downgraded the orange square to yellow. Just tuned in. When are the winds coming? Hope you enjoyed your coffee. Yes, very much so. Thank you. Thank you again, Julie, for your donations. Rained here in Tumwater. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Some areas down there got over 5 inches in 24 hours. When are the winds coming? Later on tonight. The wind advisory goes into effect for some areas later on tonight. After 8 p.m. by the looks of it. Imagine being south of the Olympics kind of hurts us in these types of events. All right. Let us see here. So yeah, expecting a lot more flood warnings to go out tonight. Hopefully no sooner than tomorrow morning. Or hopefully no later than tomorrow morning. Hoping as soon as possible, because as you saw, the Cedar River recently in the last few minutes, the last like half hour or so, was bumped up to major flood stage. Not stage forecast, major flood forecast. And then the Stillaguamish here in Arlington was bumped up to a major forecast also. And we're now seeing major flooding at the Snoqualmie and Carnation. And I got to make sure I put out an update on that too. Okay, if you guys want the fastest updates, if you're on Facebook, follow the Rapid Fire Update channel. You can find it on the front page of Puget Sound Stormwatch, bottom of the intro section. There's only 800 of you guys there compared to all 33,000 plus of you guys in total on the page. When I lived in Baton Rouge, we got 17 in one day. Not fun. Yeah, I believe it's not fun for sure. Looks like hard stuff at 7:30 and another patch at 10. When were those rivers records from? Which rivers are you talking about again? Because if you're talking about every single river here, that's going to be a doozy to explain every single record from history, you know? For Tacoma Lakewood area, that is. Yeah. For sure. Yeah, it'll be gusty tonight, all the way into tomorrow night. But like I said, we're not expecting huge gusts, but the impacts could be elevated for some spots because of how saturated the soil is going to be. They could easily uproot trees with 30-mile-per-hour gusts compared to, normally you need 50 plus to uproot them when the soil's dry. And, they've lost all of their foliage already, which luckily helps things out considerably. If you look at East Lewis County, I'm talking about for winds or floods, because right now East Lewis County doesn't look huge for wind. But if you're talking floods, hang on a moment here. East Lewis County still expecting the Cowlitz River at Packwood here to hit major flood stage. Hit major flood stage by tomorrow morning and remain at major flood stage until Thursday morning. So you're likely over 24 hours above major flood stage here in Packwood. And currently still seeing major flooding here at the Cowlitz and Randall downstream. That's going to be a major flood stage for days in this forecast, which is terrible, not great. Floods and winds, yeah. So East Lewis County, east of Rife Lake, currently seeing major flooding from Randall downstream through Glenoma and into Rife Lake. But no flooding currently at this time in the town of Packwood. It reached moderate flood stage last night. It might have even hit major for a little bit. It looks like it hit moderate, but then went down below flood stage and it expected again to get back up to moderate by early tomorrow morning. So within 12 hours, you're likely to get back up to major flood stage If you're along the river here in Packwood, you may want to get out of there and evacuate by tonight if you possibly can. Yeah, pretty bad out there for sure. Yeah, Mrs. Panda Eater, the Sylvia Lake Dam near Montesano, I heard, is under big pressure, and they were talking about a possible failure of it too. I don't think there's a lot of population downstream from that. See the Lake Sylvia area here. It's got a little valley in here, but it would definitely cause some damage to Pioneer Avenue here in Montesano if it went through. I just don't know if the Montesano is directly in the floodplain of this creek here. You know, it's hard to tell by the topography, honestly. But at the very least, the west end of this would get a pretty big wake-up call if, in the worst-case scenario, this dam up here were to fail. That would flow straight into the Chehalis here and put a lot of pressure on the Chehalis downstream, too. Yeah, they are evacuating that area, and rightfully so. You know, this should not be brushed off, you know? You're playing with people's lives here. Heavy rain started in North Bend where I work. Thank you, Car Freak, for your report. Near Carnation, okay. Well, there's a different site too, the Northwest River Flood Center. I believe this one has a better site for showing records. Let's go check out this one real quick. See, so anything with the black dot here is expected to hit a daily flood record, like on the day. At least that's what it was showing before. So now it's showing all-time highs. Yeah, so the black is the all-time high. So, correction, that dot is actually for all-time highs. Although sometimes this site doesn't agree with the water.noaa.gov site, so I've noticed. But yeah, see, it shows you the record stages here. Much easier to view the records on this site, in my opinion. But for the Snoqualmie near Carnation, record stage was 62.21 feet, so that black bar up there. And that occurred on January 8th of 2009. That road will definitely be underwater later in Skagit County, for sure. So yeah, the all-time high record here for the Snoqualmie near Carnation is 62.21 feet. We shouldn't get even close to that, thankfully. At least right now. See, shows it here as well. We should stay about 2 feet below the all-time high record here in Carnation. We don't need another 06 flood in Lewis County. Very true. We also don't need another 2021 flood in the north end of our area too. Whatcom County, parts of Skagit even. Man, that Nooksack flood in 2021 was horrendous. And 2006 for a lot of the area too was another terrible flood year. Got friends in Chehalis and they are stuck already due to floodwaters. Very unfortunate situation. I'm super sorry to hear that. Wish there's got to be some way to get them out though. You know, even if they have to bring out the helicopter for some areas. I just hope they have that readily accessible. You know, because there are people that may need it. Oh boy. Sorry guys, very long night last night. We were streaming for 12 hours. In case you missed it, I streamed from 10 a.m. to just shy of 10 p.m. last night. I did not have much sleep last night, so. But you know what? We're doing it. We're doing it to help get the word out. But it may be time to order some food here soon, you know? So yeah, current stage is major flooding stage, and the most recent observation here as of 4:15 does have it just above major flood stage at 58.01 feet. It's a 4:15. So yes, major flooding currently occurring here for the Snoqualmie near Carnation. With moderate rain showers on the way for the Skykomish, Snoqualmie, and Tolt headwaters up here. You know, rain on the way for the Tacoma area very shortly. Rain moving into the Elwha Basin, which is also now expecting major flooding. Of course, a lot of this is going to move into the mountains of Skagit, Snohomish, and possibly Whatcom counties too, start putting pressure on these rivers up here as well. Big change. Julie Elliott just posted on Facebook for Sultan. Big change. I don't recall seeing a map with this much forecast rain in the 10 years I've been keeping an eye on them. May turn out to be a mistake, which hopefully it is, but this is the amount of water we actually see. The flood will be significantly worse than predicted. Yeah, I know. History being changed for some areas if some of these forecasts keep up. You get your monetization. I have to wait 5 days after the time I hit it. So with that big stream that we had last night, yeah, it was last night. We definitely went over the threshold needed to finally hit monetization, but it takes 5 days for them to verify. So by hopefully around Monday of next week, I should hopefully be able to apply for a YouTube partnership and allow monetization. Will South Everett be okay? Any rivers affect that area? About 15 minutes from downtown Everett. Well, the Snohomish is a big concern. I think the city of Everett, I believe, is up on a plain enough to be safe from any direct flooding impacts. But if you're talking about this outlying area here of Everett, it's currently moderately flooding, with major flooding expected. So any of the low-lying plains here, you know, in Everett, are expecting major flooding here very shortly. If you're talking about like aerial flooding, if you're 15 minutes from downtown Everett, if you're talking about aerial flooding like up here in the hills, and we could have some localized flooding and ponding of water with some of the heavier rain coming in. If you're talking about river flooding, yeah, the Snohomish is going to do some serious damage to these river valleys. If it's not already, then it sure will be coming up. How will the wind be tonight in North Bend? Not expecting any big impacts in North Bend. However, some forecast models have been showing higher end winds for your area tonight. Oh, hang on. We got an update here from Ben. Turns out Ben's been selling a lot of his footage and making some really good money. Good for him. Truly good for him. May have to become a freelancer on the side. Yeah, see, showing some stronger wind gusts. This would be between... Let me make sure I have the times right here. Between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. tomorrow, possibly. but showing some wind gusts upwards of 50 or higher, which I'm hoping this is an overestimation by the model. This is the European, so it usually does a pretty good job. So I trust its guidance over the high-res models right now. Even the high-res models are showing over 50 for your area tomorrow night. So I'm just hoping that doesn't happen. So if so, then the NWS would really need to expand that wind advisory out east, which they have not done yet. 42-foot record in concrete, 47 predicted. Madness. Mount Vernon record, 37, 41 feet predicted. That could be the reality, folks. That could definitely be the reality for some of these areas. You know, we're expecting devastating impacts across a huge, large area of land here, west of the Cascades, even east of the Cascades. See, they have major flooding now for the Wenatchee at Peshastin, downstream. Yeah, I can't recall the last time I've seen this many purple squares, ever. In my 26 years of being alive and living here in Washington, you know? This is sobering. Yeah, Carrington said, be aware and be prepared. Absolutely. So yeah, but tonight around the area, we're not seeing any major impacts from what I can see. The winds really don't begin across the area until later on tonight, overnight. This is showing 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts for the North Bend area, which I'm hoping this is just a terrain issue. If you know what I mean. Let's go check the atmospheric river forecast, see if they bumped it up at all. Because last time I checked, it was category 4 across all models. Yeah, still at category 4 expectation over the next week. So luckily down from that category 5 they were expecting earlier. See a lot of people in here in the house with us. We have 15 on Facebook. We have 80 now on YouTube. Thank you guys for hopping in. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. Again, continuing live flood coverage in the midst of another burst of moisture coming in from the atmospheric river event. Currently around the area, heavy rain, moderate to heavy rain firing up over the foothills of King County right now, moving into some of these river headwaters up here. You know, a lot of concern for the Snoqualmie, Tolt, and Skykomish, especially in King County. Yeah, I saw some pictures from Flaming Geyser earlier. But yeah, Flaming Geyser and most of Green Valley Road there are under at least a little bit of water. So I sent you some pics and vids. Okay, we'll go check those out real quick. Yeah, I saw we got some from you as well as Kat. And I showed the ones earlier from you, but I can show them again real quick. So, Carbon River here. Again, lots of little mini swells popping up. Hang on just a moment. Yeah, I was asking earlier. You weren't on the stream, but I was going to ask earlier, is this underneath the Highway 162 bridge upstream from Ording? Is this going up towards South Prairie, or is this somewhere else along the Carbon? That's a really nice picture you took there. Great job. All right, let's go look at Kat's photos real quick. Pics from Randall. So this is in the Randall area along the Cowlitz. Oh yeah. Really great pics, Kat. Thank you for sending them in. Also from Kat, aka Simpatico Cat, here on YouTube. Those minions in the back? Yeah, they are minions. Look at that. A little bit of comic relief there. And South Prairie Creek at Lower Burnett Road. Oh yeah, look at that. That thing is raging through. And you see all the little trees and limbs down here. Water gets up any higher, it's easily going to loft those downstream. Now, the Green River earlier, I saw some videos of logs, full-size trees being lodged down the Green River in Auburn. You know, that itself can cause quite a bit of damage even without the floodwaters. Yeah, unfortunately not letting me play the video here on the browser. So sorry about that. But yeah, great photos, both of you. Thank you for sending them in. Ooh, we got a message from a customer. The Skagit River and Cedar Woolley. This is courtesy of Facebook user Danny Burt just sent this in. Skagit River and Cedar Woolley running very high. Again, projectiles possible. You know, you see already this is a limb underwater completely. Oh, you are Nat Trub on the stream. Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't even see your comment a minute ago. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your submission. Appreciate it. Actually, looks like a bunch of freelance storm spotters are flying in, driving in from other states to document the flooding. Remember the last time people flew in for a storm event? It was a bust back in March. But this is no bust. This is very far from a bust. Man Bridge is closed in Monroe. Thank you for the report. Sarah Burleson, rivers are terrible down in Lewis County. We have not gotten much rain and no wind in Adna. What's tonight looking like? Well, Adna area, you're in the clear from... Now, because the river flows in this direction. So sometimes I think the Chehalis flows out of the Willapa, but it flows into the Willapa. So at least I can tell you from Doty onwards down the PL, you're in the clear right now. But Chehalis River near Centralia is expected to minor flood, and this will likely affect you downstream in Adna as well. Just a heads up. Yeah, saw that as well, Sanford Parker. Green River is expected to be a moderate stage for about a full week, which is just insanity. Hey there, Dan's Backcountry. Yes, another marathon likely. The downtown Monroe area, wondering if anyone knows if it floods here. And yeah, like PJ Larson said, has not since 1990. But could still see some flooding down there in Monroe as well, especially with the major floods anticipated. That could change this time around. Amanda Cable, are we expecting any strong winds or rains in South Kitsap County area tonight? You may be in that rain shadow area, but we do have some rain coming through at this time. And some heavier showers beginning to pop up here crossing Hoodsport onto the Kitsap Peninsula. So you could get some rain tonight. We're not expecting any major totals through tonight. For wind gusts, it's possible, but it's not looking super impactful. You know, you may get wind gusts in the 30 to 35 mile per hour range with an occasional 40 mile per hour gust, but it's really hard to determine exactly where and when. But you are in that wind advisory from 8 p.m. tonight to 10 p.m. tomorrow night, just as a heads up. Any video being posted of Snoqualmie Falls? Yeah, there's quite a bit if you look around. If you go to Washington Weather Chasers on Facebook, they have quite a few videos that were just taken today of Snoqualmie Falls. So yeah, check out Washington Weather Chasers. Yeah, so rain and wind definitely possible in South Kitsap tonight. Through tomorrow as well. But the steadiest of rain is likely going to hold off to tomorrow, throughout the duration of tomorrow. Is the Skykomish Snohomish still predicted to have a record crest? It looks like, I believe last time I checked, the record crest is no longer anticipated to be broken, at least for one of these sections. I take that back. They just bumped up the Snohomish at Snohomish again. So record crest is expected throughout the day, Thursday going into Friday, for the Snohomish at Snohomish. Snohomish near Monroe also expected to break the record by Thursday at 4 p.m. It's actually likely to hang over the record for a little over 12 hours between Thursday a.m. and Thursday p.m. And then Skykomish at Gold Bar looks to be safe from that record by about 2 feet. Yeah, Cairo also posted a video. And Ben with Washington Weather Chasers actually just had an interview with the Weather Channel too. Over a lot of the footage that he captured today, you know? He's one of the best, if not the best freelancer we have when it comes to storm footage here in Washington State, you know? So he deserves it, honestly. Yeah, I bet it would make some great footage, Dan. For sure. Rain approaching Everett. Time for a smoke while it's dry. As a non-smoker, I say sounds good. Feel free. All right, folks. Guess it's about time to announce this again. Thank you all for donating. I believe we had 41 total coffees sent last night. So thank you all so much. This really helps out a lot. Appreciate the kind messages as well. See, really nice messages from you guys. Thank you. Means a lot, and wouldn't be able to do this without you. If you too would like to send a coffee to help support Puget Sound Stormwatch and keep streams like this full time, the link has been posted in the comments section for you guys. Again, no pressure. But if you want to, please feel free. And it makes streams like this much easier to broadcast. Just saw the report for Mount Vernon changed to 41 feet. It'll go over the dike about 20 feet from it. Yeah, the one at Mount Vernon, expecting an all-time record high, and it's not even close. Like, it's expected to break the all-time record by over 4 feet. So if I'm going to tell you this right now, Kate Fair. If you can get out of there anytime in the next 24 hours or less, please consider getting as far away from the river as possible. If you're about 20 feet from it, your property is going to be in danger, for sure. That's not something I would mess around with. Skagit River by Walmart looks bad. I've seen some photos of the Skagit too, especially up by Concrete. I believe this did hit minor flood stage. It did hit minor flood stage early this morning, but has since gone down to bank full. But you see, it's beginning to make this little upward bobble there. Like it's going to make a beeline for the minor flood stage shortly. But it looks like it's going to hold off on minor flood stage, hopefully until tomorrow morning. And not tonight. Yeah. I would keep all of your important documents with you, Kate, on standby in case you have to get out of there. All right, so good news for those of you along the Deschutes. The flood warning has been canceled. So if you're along the Deschutes River from Rainier downstream, your flood warning has just been canceled. That's this one right here. No more flooding is expected along the Deschutes. Bet that'll keep a lot of people at ease there, especially in the town of Rainier and surrounding areas. Yeah, like Sonia said, no offense, but we may want to keep it a little more parental guidance around here. But don't worry, no sweat. It's all good. Probably be best to not talk about smoking next time, but like I said, no sweat right now. Wonder if the Diablo will have to open its floodgates. I would not count that out. Also be wondering if the Baker River Dam has to open up a little bit, which again would put a lot of pressure here on the city of Concrete. Yeah, Diablo entirely possible. The Diablo and Ross Lake dams, not out of the question that we could see some water releases from those. House I lived back in 2003 will be about 5 feet underwater if it gets to 47 feet along the Skagit. Yeah, sobering, isn't it? Girlfriend is reporting rain and gusty winds in North Puyallup. Not seeing any gusts so far here. I'm just up the hill from Puyallup here in Milton, and so far not seeing anything super impactful. But then again, it is dark outside, so there's that too. Diablo and Ross both opened in 2003 at 42 feet. So yeah, moderate flooding expected along the Nooksack in several areas, but looks like no major flooding anticipated at this time. Likely starting around Wednesday night or Thursday morning. But yeah, currently, in case you missed it, major flooding currently occurring at the Snoqualmie in Carnation and the Cowlitz in Randall. Outside of that, moderate flooding occurring at the Newaukum near Chehalis. No longer seeing moderate flooding here at the Grays River, which is good, but moderate flooding still is forecast. We're seeing minor flooding in several spots right now, including the White River and Green River in Auburn city limits. Also seeing some minor flooding here along the Chehalis and Grand Mound. And minor flooding here at the Cowlitz River in Kelso. But again, in case you missed it just a few minutes ago, the river flood warning for the Deschutes River has been canceled. No longer seeing flooding, and no flooding is forecast. Yeah, I've seen the Puyallup is pretty high right now. It's pretty high down in some of the valleys going into Fife. You know, there's a neighborhood right there called Saddle Creek, which is really close to the river, that is at jeopardy of seeing some flooding. They're already closing the Levee Road on the north side of the river here. The closures along Levee, but this Saddle Creek neighborhood is right there. Very close to it. I just hope they're really heeding the guidance for that area. The flood warning is in effect for minor flooding for the Puyallup from Ording downstream through Sumner, Puyallup, and Fife into the Port of Tacoma. Tempted to order some food for tonight. We'll see. I do an intermittent fasting program. It's in case, anyone's interested in that. I do occasionally do a fast. Water and vitamin fast. Looks like Ben's going to be doing a live stream around 7 o'clock. By the looks of it. On Washington Weather Chasers on Facebook and YouTube. Really good website is ready.gov. Thank you, Keith, for the suggestion. Yeah, poor folks close to the Puyallup River. And again, remember, the major rivers flowing into Puyallup here are both expected to hit major flood stage. They both hit major last night, and they're expected to hit major yet again. Not once, but twice here. The Puyallup River near Ording is expected to have two separate crests, about 12 hours apart or so. First one being tomorrow morning, and the next one being tomorrow night and Thursday morning, with a peak crest of about 11.6 feet possible. This is literally like a fraction of a foot higher than what we saw last night, but still. Just a little bit higher in flow. than what we peaked at last night. Again, expected to have a higher crest, higher than what we saw last night by about an inch or so for the Carbon River near Fairfax here by Thursday at 4 in the morning. But major flooding is expected to start by tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and continue until Thursday morning at 10 a.m. You notice here too, it comes within a little over a half foot of the all-time record high of 16.9 feet for the Carbon River near Fairfax. Confusing why there's not an evacuation notice here on the Cedar if they're predicting major flooding. Yeah, it's really just up to the agency if they determine either voluntary or mandatory evacuations are necessary. I believe the evacuation notice up in Gold Bar was voluntary. Yeah, I know they were going door to door in the neighborhood telling people about the floodwaters, but I don't know if they were telling them to leave or even asking them to leave. If anyone knows the exact answer to that, do feel free to chime in and clarify. Wonder if it will hit the power lines that drape over the Puyallup River by the bridge. I don't know if it's going to get that high. Up to the poles, possibly, but I'm not sure about the actual wires. You know, I've got to remember exactly which set of power lines you're talking about, because, you know, I know that area pretty well, but I'm just not sure about the actual electrical wires. That may be, like, exacerbatingly high, which is unlikely by a mile. Bit surprised the Nooksack River isn't flooding as much. At least not yet. Gold Bar area, I know that they had some water rescues along the Wallace River last night, from what I heard. But there was a neighborhood up here. Gotta remember the exact name of it, but there was a neighborhood in Gold Bar somewhere. I don't know if it was Big Bend. There was a neighborhood here that they went door to door. I think it was something Crossing Drive, if I recall correctly. I'm firing a blank on it right now. Alright, they just extended the time of some flood warnings. So Stillaguamish River at Arlington. I think they may have upgraded this to major severity. Yep. That means we're going to get an EAS activation here very soon. So yeah, they officially upgraded the Stilly from moderate to major severity at Arlington. They increased the duration for it as well. Major flooding is now forecast until early Friday morning. In effect from tonight till early Friday morning for the Stillaguamish in Arlington city limits. Then Skagit River near Mount Vernon and Skagit River near Concrete. Both of those will be in effect until Friday night for the Skagit River near Concrete and Saturday afternoon for the Skagit River near Mount Vernon. But that doesn't go into effect until tomorrow morning at 10:05. Expect the alarms to go off here very soon in the room. I can't remember the exact name of the neighborhood in Gold Bar at the moment. They went door to door. I think it might have been Mineral Crossing Drive or something like that. It was in the immediate Gold Bar area last time I remember. So Squamish River, I live in downtown Falls City. What's going to happen tonight? Well, it's already flooding down there. It's flooding downstream here in Carnation, but this is expected to flood Falls City yet again with a major flood forecast expected by tomorrow at 10 a.m. and continuing until at least 4 p.m. on Thursday. Between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. here on Thursday. So this is major flooding. This would affect Falls City and areas downstream. Just as a heads up to you, Garrett. Moonlight neighborhood. Thank you for the clarification. Moonlight. Also interested in hearing more about the Skagit River. Yeah, they're talking about the Skagit here on the weather radio right now in the background. So expected to exceed the all-time record here at Mount Vernon by a mile. Major flooding likely starting around 10 p.m. tomorrow night and continuing for a whopping 2 days. It has you over the all-time record for over 15 hours, upwards of 18 hours at Mount Vernon. Then the Skagit River near Concrete would be sooner, but likely less time above major. Then again, also likely to exceed the all-time record, but by over 5 feet if this were to verify. This would start sometime between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow, and last through 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday into Friday. You may have over 24 hours of major flooding upstream at Concrete here. Yeah, flood warnings in effect for major flooding. Currently no flooding happening. They're both at bank full stage, which is not flooding actively at the moment. Morton, Lewis County. Yeah, I think Morton area should be safe. This is going into Rife Lake here. So expecting major flooding tonight into tomorrow for the Cowlitz at Packwood. And currently seeing major flooding from Randall downstream into Rife Lake. But I don't think the floodwaters are able to jump into the Morton city limits. The terrain doesn't exactly allow that to happen. Of any mandatory evacuations, just voluntary right now. Fields west are going to be inundated. 2009 took us weeks to clean up the debris, and the silt was so slick that anything but tractors would be stuck. Could have sworn the EAS would be activated by now for that upgrade, but might be taking some time to get it through, or they just didn't activate it for some reason. That's because they upgraded the Stillaguamish near Arlington to major severity flood stage, as seen here. They should be relaying that any time now, I hope. Just got a message from somebody. It's like some heavier rain beginning to move towards Tacoma right now. So if you're still dry in this area, that's going to be coming to an end here eventually. So this is the Green River in Auburn right here. This was sent in by William Gatlin, one of my new YouTube moderators. Green River in Auburn, well over its banks. I don't know the exact area where this is though. But yeah, really impressive photo sent in there. William, if you're watching right now, oh hey, there you are. Yeah, thank you for your submission, William. William, do you know the exact area of Auburn where this is? Or an approximate area? Like a landmark? Look at winds one more time, and nope, zilch still. So again, in case you missed it earlier, wind advisory for the areas in black here. From 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Including Seattle, Tacoma, Bremerton, Shelton, Olympia, Chehalis, and Hoquiam. It also now includes Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Bothell, and Issaquah as well in the most recent update here. Pacific Northwest Ryan, thank you for all the information. Did I hear you say Skagit might flood 10 p.m. tomorrow? Let's go check. Because it's flooding at 2 different times based on which zone you're at. So it would start minor flooding in Mount Vernon area by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Yes, minor flooding. And this would hit minor flood stage between 4 and 10 a.m. upstream at Concrete. And again, major flooding expected by 4 a.m. Thursday up here at Concrete. Mount Vernon specifically, okay. Yeah, Mount Vernon is not expected to hit major flood stage until Wednesday at 10 p.m., so major stage. And it'll remain at major flood stage until Friday night. The max crest of 41.54 feet, which is over 4 feet above the maximum record. So new record likely for both Concrete and Mount Vernon. It's taking a long time to transmit this EAS though for the upgrade for the Stillaguamish to major severity. It's been about 15 minutes with no transmission. Not gonna pop on YouTube because I can't ask questions. Foolish me did Ko-Fi instead of subscribe. Isaac Evans and Game Farm, Wilderness Parks in Auburn. That's weird. You should be able to comment on YouTube. Because I have it open to public, not just subscribers only. Yeah, no one set it to subscriber only mode. That's weird that you're having that problem. Green River near Auburn Black Diamond Road spilled over roadway. Stage 4 declared, major flood stage. It'll be most severe. Stage 4 declared for the green, huh? They only have it forecast at stage 3 right now. For the King County flood system. But at least for downstream here, worst of the floods is expected by Thursday afternoon. Peak crest of around 67.8 feet here. So Thursday afternoon at 4 p.m. is when it's expected to be at its worst here for the Green River. Toby Barnett, welcome in. Glad to have you. So got the alert from KC. Okay, KC, alright. King County. Flood phase 4. Weird. Yeah, I wonder where they're getting that information from. Because the green's only in stage 3. At least according to the Northwest River Forecast Center here. But to be fair, they don't have any additional gauges downstream. Or upstream. It's expected to have stage 4 for the Cedar River though. For sure. Cedar at Renton and Landsberg just recently upgraded in the last couple of hours. They have subscriber only mode when I joined for chat as well. Interesting. Oh, that should not have popped up there. Yeah, it may just set it to sub mode automatically. Interesting. Now, I will have to look into that, but thank you for clarifying. It doesn't show sub-only mode on my end. Deb Steele, I'm sorry for any confusion. Okay, so it looks like you only have to be a sub for 5 minutes. So you subscribe and then you wait 5 minutes and then you'll be given permission to comment. Any of this major flooding impact high population area? If you consider Ording a high population area, then absolutely yes. Like Ording, Sumner, Auburn, Snohomish area. Snohomish is a decent sized town as well. Monroe, possibly in the city limits of Monroe. You know, Centralia, Chehalis area. So yeah, there's some population centers here. You know, Puyallup's a pretty decent population, and it's got some flooding down here along the Puyallup. At least it had it earlier. Yeah, there's populations all through the river valleys here that will be affected if they're not already affected. Yeah, and I just saw Washington Emergency Operations Center has been activated. Just thought they would have sent this alert through. Or upgrade the major flooding. Either they're taking their time or they're not going to do it. I hope they do it. Just making sure I'm giving you guys all the most up-to-date info here. Got that like 15 minutes ago. Yeah, the first set of flood warnings that we had for major flood warnings, it took them 15 minutes from the time of issuance to actually send it out over the NOAA weather radios. But it's already been over 20 minutes now, and still nothing. Because they upgraded from moderate to major, and that does prompt an activation of the emergency alert system, which has not happened yet. Yeah, they are slacking because they waited way too long to put that flood warning out last night for the Skagit River near Concrete. Sent a text and phone call. Well, anyways, Deb Steele, I do appreciate your donation. Thank you so much. Even if it was unintentional, promise it will not be used in vain. I don't know why you're taking so long to send this thing out. It's been almost a half hour. This could be crucial time that they need, you know, to be warned of this. Because let's check the Stilly forecast again. Expected to hit major flood stage again by for the first time by 10 p.m. tonight. So a little over 24 hours from now. And I know a lot of people could use this warning from Arlington down to Stanwood here. See, because the Stilly does run through Stanwood. from what I can see at least. Yeah, looks like there's a little tributary that runs through Stanwood. But yeah, it's one of those low-lying areas that could see river flooding, major river flooding now. And see both forks expecting moderate flooding upstream. Alan Carpenter said, yes, it does. Yeah, but if the NWS was going to tone it out as an alert, they should have already done it by now. When I was on my commute home, the green was already over its banks at Flaming Geyser, exit off of 18. Yeah, I saw some photos earlier down at Flaming Geyser as well, further upstream of the green, and a lot of the state park was underwater. Really surprised they haven't made more noise. Yeah, I think some agencies are underdoing the response for sure. But you know, I'm in no position to criticize anybody, so I'm just going to keep my opinions to myself as well as you guys. Let's see here. Yeah, again, in case you guys missed it, the Stillaguamish River near Arlington was upgraded to major severity at 524. Major forecast severity. And increased in duration as well. So, goes to effect tonight and continues until early Friday morning. Major flooding forecast, Stillaguamish at Arlington, till Friday morning. Stilly will also cause near-record major flooding, including Highway 530 east of Arlington and at Island Crossing, most valley roads downstream of I-5 to Stanwood. Toby says that's my area. If you're anywhere near the Stilly, I would definitely pay close attention to the river levels coming up over the next 36 hours or so. Pioneer Highway Island Crossing will be flooded. Yes, correct, Keith. What does the Jordan look like? Not sure if that's a river. Where is that exactly? Can you clarify that, please, Cheryl? Yeah, parts of 530 for sure. Arlington Granite Falls, always call it the Jordan River. Okay. Oh, alright. That's what you mean. South Fork, Stillaguamish. So yeah, moderate flooding expected downstream from Granite Falls into Arlington. The peak between tomorrow afternoon, 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. is barely cresting above moderate flood stage. So it shouldn't even get remotely close to that record down there, let alone major flooding. Right now, that is. Snohomish County is and will get the brunt of this flooding. Expecting to see it spread down more into King County, though. Seen a lot of documentation from down in the Falls City, Carnation area, and there's some ridiculous flooding going on right now along highways 202 and 203. Longview, Washington flooding in some areas, someone just said on Facebook. So yeah, moderate flooding expected for the Jordan River from Granite Falls down to Arlington. Alright, raining now over my area. Raining over Tacoma as well. Still seeing what looks like a rain shadow going up into North Bend by the looks of it. It's a little hard to tell initially. You guys can tell I've been struggling with this software recently. A little bit buggy on radar scopes then. Nope, not gonna let me go back in time. When I was on my commute home, the green was already over its banks. Oh, I saw that earlier, okay. Yeah, sure thing, Cheryl, no problem. Checking in from Centralia Chehalis. When is the next storm supposed to move in? It is currently moving in right now. It's what we're showing right here. The heavy rain moving into the northern part of the area. It's going to put a lot of pressure on these North Olympic rivers here. Where the Elwha is now expected to hit major flood stage here in the next 24 hours. The moisture axis is beginning to slide back north out of Oregon. And should be aimed at us for most of the day on Wednesday. So, prolific rainfall amounts expected for the Olympics and the Cascades. We'll see if Randy will be on tonight. Yeah, keep that. I'll go check that out after the stream is done. Yeah, Toby Barnett. If you're along any of these rivers, definitely gonna get pounded. If possible, just be ready to get out of there if you see the water getting concerningly close. Just be ready to dart. Received a notification that the rain will be starting here in Buckley around 6 o'clock. Yeah, it should technically already be raining down there. See, showing the rain shadow up here really good on Windy's radar as well. Was pretty filled in earlier, but it seems like now the rain shadow is beginning to fill in. Or grow. As time goes on. Yeah, it might already be lightly raining over your area as it is, but the heaviest of rain for right now is still about a half hour to 45 minutes to your west. Flooded yards already, says Dustin Maple Valley. Cedar's about 4 feet from overtopping the bank in my yard. Yeah, judging by the forecast on the Cedar, be ready to get out of there in the next 24 hours. You should have about a day's worth of time to get ready if you need to go. I'm safe, no stress. Okay, good. Light rain now in Bellingham. Thank you, Keith, for the report. So yep, Ben's going to be going live here in the next hour. Already over 1,000 views here on YouTube. Thank you guys for helping get the word out. God says getting light rain in Everett. Correct. Stetson says there has been severe flooding in East Lewis County, including water rescues. Napavine and Chehalis have already experienced heavy flooding. The Chehalis River in Centralia has just been moved to warning. Just went outside. Yep, it's raining. Thumbs up. Couple of minutes early, but yep, it's raining. That'll pan out for sure. Toby says, off to do Christmas decorations while listening. Yeah, no better time to do Christmas decorations than in the rain, am I right? Yep, if we have any major breaking updates, I'll be sure to relay them as soon as possible. Alright, let's see around here. Just joining wind updates. Hello, Hobby Farmer MM4308 on YouTube. Not seeing anything super windy at the moment, but we are expecting the winds to pick up quite a bit tonight, where a wind advisory is in effect beginning at 8 p.m., ending at 10 p.m. for the Puget Sound area, the immediate Puget Sound area, Southwest Interior, and the coast. Just joining wind up. Okay, yeah, McKenna-Roy area. All right, so we're looking in here. Your area hasn't been getting much with the recent wind from what I've heard. They're probably not expecting the same this time around because going to be out of the southwest again, which means a lot of this area is going to be sheltered by the Willapa Hills here. Although it's showing some of the red here for this area, which would be upwards of 40 miles per hour, we just haven't had good agreement with the models the last couple times. So I'm leaning towards lesser wind amounts for the McKenna-Roy area this time around. But again, it would be between tonight and very early in the morning Thursday. Whew. Hopefully I wasn't too loud for you guys. So yeah, you could get some of these breezy winds to your south, but I'm not expecting anything super major here in the Yelm, McKenna, Roy immediate area. I had some people report it being windy Friday night, but they were in the McKenna area and up in Roy, they got basically nothing. So I'm probably going to be on the lighter end of this, but, you know, just basing it based off of previous model performance. So I think you'll probably only get around 30 to 35 mile per hour gusts. Sustained winds 15 to 20 at times out of the southwest. Thank you all for the kind words again. Appreciate it. I guess the National Weather Service is not going to tone out this major flood warning for the Stillaguamish and Arlington, because it's already been 40 minutes now since they issued that update for the Stillaguamish, and nothing over NOAA weather radio. I am south of McKenna, and Friday winds were 45 easy. Yeah, so someone up in Roy, just north of you said they were getting maybe 15 to 20 at most. So again, those microclimates, big time. So if you were getting 45 Friday, then I easily expect around 40 for your place then. And even then, I'm just taking it down just a little bit, just to allow a little bit of cushion. So I'd say 40 miles per hour plus or minus 5 miles per hour on either side. Melody Bluffton, good evening. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, I had someone up in Roy asking. Someone up in Roy was asking, "Hey, are we going to get the wind tonight?" And that was either Friday night or last night. I think it was last night though. But yeah, microclimates are in big play here. Yeah, Keith, I am surprised too. I wonder if they're just going to let that one slip away, because the longest they waited between issuing a major flood warning and transmitting the alert over NOAA weather radio was 15 minutes yesterday. The rest of the time, they did it within 5 minutes every single time. So a little bit concerned about that, because a lot of people don't know that the Stillaguamish near Arlington, downstream to Stanwood, was just upgraded to a major flood warning from a moderate flood warning. You know, a lot of people don't know that. How can we send you photos and video? If you're on Facebook, you can DM the page, or you can tag me in your photos and videos, and I'll show it here on the stream. Otherwise, for non-YouTube purposes, I also have an email you can send photos and videos to if you'd like that. Here's an update from Washington Emergency Management. The Washington State Parks has closed Lake Sylvia State Park, the one where they were talking about the dam breach possible, actively monitoring the 100-year-old Lake Sylvia Dam. Downstream residents should be prepared for more flooding and remain ready to take action on short notice. So that's from Washington Emergency Management here. So here's the update from the official state parks on that. Dam is under active monitoring. Now, this could affect some areas to the west of Montesano and possibly Montesano itself. At the very least, it would give a huge surge of water to the Chehalis River downstream if in the unlikely but still possible event that we were to have a full breach of the Lake Sylvia Dam. This would just be a nightmare scenario for those people up there. Downstream residents in the Sylvia Creek area should be prepared for additional flooding and remain ready to take action on short notice. Avoid all trails leading towards Lake Sylvia. Additional alerts will be issued if conditions change. Elevated water levels and continued rainfall are creating concerns about the pressure placed on the 100-year-old dam. 100 years old, everyone. No visual structural changes. receded by approximately 1 foot since Monday evening. An official inspection of the dam to assess the impact will occur after the weather clears, once conditions allow, which may cause lake levels to rise again over the next couple of days. So that's from Washington State Parks. Using very strong wording there, a little bit concerning for Lake Sylvia folks here. In case you don't know, this is the dam right here, and then it goes down a creek into the west side of Montesano here. Would likely flood some parts of Montesano, but hard to tell due to the topography of the area. But it could also flood parts of the Montesano city limits. At least across Pioneer Avenue here, which is one of the main downtown roads going in outside of Highway 12 here. Would likely also spill into the Chehalis River and flood parts of Highway 107. And then all of that water would be forced to go downstream here. Yeah, Lisa, that is scary for sure. Have to feel for those residents who are getting that news as of recent. Good news is, it doesn't look like the Snohomish River near Monroe is flooding anymore at the moment. So you just dip below minor flood stage, but it will quickly proceed back into minor flood stage by 4 a.m. tomorrow. And again, expecting a record high crest of almost 1.5 feet over the all-time high record. This would happen by 4 p.m. on Thursday. Think we might be taking a food break here shortly, guys. Yeah, like Michael Snyder said here on Twitter. He was saying, if you thought today was crazy at Snoqualmie Falls, wait until you see tomorrow. This was today, and tomorrow's crest blows it out of the water. It's not even going to be close. Over 14,000 more cubic feet per second of flow at Snoqualmie Falls expected tomorrow compared to today. Think about that. Yeah, Kelly Welsh, glad to be here to help you guys. All right, Sonia, take care. Sorry I might have missed you by a few minutes, but thank you, Sonia, for helping out. Still have Keith and Cheryl here to keep things running smooth. Well-deserved break, says Dustin on Facebook. Do it. Guess we may have to put that coffee money to use, won't we? May just have to do it. So normally I don't discuss exact amounts, but you guys donated a whopping 41 coffees yesterday, which was the equivalent to a gross of $205. Ended up netting about 154 out of that after taxes and deductions. So thank you guys again for the donations. It means a lot. Yep, Keith says sweet. All right. Well, what do you say? How about we take a food break here? But still gonna take some time to get delivered, so I'll hang around here with you guys. But I think, ooh, and there's a promo going as well. Interesting. You know, I've got to be better about not eating fast food, but I've done better recently. So I actually went a long time without eating fast food, and then, you know, things got kind of tough, and I kind of sank down. But been doing much better. So I think we're in for a cheat day. What do you guys say? Like William said, food break. I smell DoorDash. We're actually doing Uber Eats. I'm an Uber Eats guy over DoorDash. Thank you, Melody, for your donation of 500 stars. That should help make up for most of it. Esteban says, thank you, Anthony. Yeah, gladly. Glad to be here to help you guys. Thank you again. Thank you guys again for staying tuned in to flood coverage. Expecting the winds to pick up here in a few hours too, but that advisory, remember, that wind advisory does go into effect at 8 o'clock p.m. It warns of wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour, which is below threshold. It's below threshold, yes, but with saturated soils, it's going to increase the impacts of tree damage. And thank you, William, for 750 stars. And Deb Steele says, drink water. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, for sure. Gotta drink more water. McRib. Scott Buchanan. No, geez, sorry. Got stuck on a syllable there. I'm honestly feeling nuggets and fries as usual. McDonald's chicken nuggets and fries are to a T. Ooh, and we got a buy one, get one free deal also. I'll be darned. That'll save a lot. That'll help for sure. Yeah, thank you, Melody and William. You guys basically paid for the food. Appreciate that. The only downside of Facebook stars is that it doesn't actually pay out Facebook stars until the recurring month. So, like, I won't receive your guys' Facebook stars until sometime at the end of January, usually around the 22nd or 23rd of January. Jack Paul, one of my longtime high school and middle school friends. Hello. Glad to see you in tonight. Your knowledge is awesome. Thank you for keeping us up to date on all weather. Gladly, Jack. Thank you for continuing to follow along. Mods, dinner to Anthony. I don't eat them, just science. Yeah, of course. You know, if we're talking about lift of barbecue sauce off of a McRib bun, then yeah. Still good in Enumclaw for wind gusts being high. Not seeing any new updates for wind gusts. It looks like should stay fairly modest tonight. But we do have new imagery here we can look at. So let's look at the high resolution rapid refresh first. This sometimes overdoes it, so I wouldn't take this 100% seriously. But yeah, it does show some strong winds for Enumclaw. If this were to verify, this would be at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Again, probably not going to get up to this strength, judging by how yesterday's forecast went. It does have you quite blustery for most of the day. And again, once that front comes through, your strongest winds are done for the night. Yeah, it has winds picking up for your area beginning around midnight or so and continuing through most of the day tomorrow if this were to verify. But still, again, your area is not in the wind advisory, but we could see that eastward expansion possible. So do be advised, Kim Leonard. You could be put in that wind advisory if that's how it goes. I'm starting to see the models uptrend this a little bit, but we've been disappointed by this time and time again, so I'm not going to get my hopes up. But the possibility is there for some wind gusts stronger than 40 miles per hour at times. Mostly throughout the day tomorrow. How late will you be on tonight? At least 8 o'clock. I would like to try to head to bed at a better time tonight, so you could be up early to track the flooding tomorrow. But it really just depends on how much of the audience hangs around tonight. You know, I'd say if we still have over 50 people by 8 p.m., then we'll continue, and we'll just base it on an hourly basis after that. Because we haven't even been going for 3 hours, and that sounds like a long time for a lot of people. But I just streamed 12 hours last night, everyone. 12 hours from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So a little 3-hour stream is no sweat. But I do have to make this order, so let's make this order real quick. This might be cheap. Oh no, no sleep. I'm not trying to scare you, I promise. I'm just saying it's on the higher percentile of solutions, so unlikely to happen like that, but still could get close. You know, I think you have rain in your area right now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can't tell on the coastal radar, but you can tell there is some rain passing through that area, so you could have the soil moistened a little bit before those winds start up. More rain on the way coming on the coast right now. My concern is that we're going to have moist soil, which is going to allow the tree roots to loosen much easier and uproot trees with lesser wind gusts. So we could see these power outages begin to pile up tonight. We could, and tomorrow too. I'll be watching the outage maps area wide for all the major PUDs. Hey there, sorry I missed you, Brian Rock Rail fan. You got lost in a slew of comments there on YouTube. Hello, welcome in, Brian. It started raining at Ladysmith. Thank you, Mark Skelton, for your report. Oh yeah, this dinner tonight's going to be cheap. Thank you guys. Yeah, basically Melody and William on Facebook. You guys pretty much bought my dinner tonight, so thank you guys. Appreciate that. All right, 10 to 20 minutes. We'll take a small intermission in about 10 to 20 minutes. I really shouldn't be eating this, but you know, we're gonna have a slack night tonight. Megan Paul, this is Jack's mom. Hello, good to see you again. It's been a very long time. Are you still in the Milton area by chance? Longview DoorDashers are wondering whether to try to work. I really hope that they're given the rest of the week off with paid leave, but knowing DoorDash, that's not going to happen. Maybe Amazon, but not sure about that. Saw you had a funny comment earlier too, William. I missed it. Sorry about that. Watch out, bud. That food goes straight to the gut. Take it from me. Yeah, I've been working on the gut, getting away from the gut, and it's been doing all right so far. I sure am. Same house. I'm with Jack now. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you and Jack for tuning in. Yeah, it was really good to see the name Jack Paul pop up. So, yeah, again, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's the holidays. Shocked you don't have brownies, cookies, and fudge sitting on your desk. Yeah, I'm honestly, this is going to seem a little disappointing, but I'm not really in the holiday spirit this year, guys. You know, I haven't done any Christmas decorating yet, and I'm not really planning on it. That's just how I feel this year. You know, call me Debbie Downer, but that's just how I feel. Yeah, Tacoma area. Otherwise, talking about weather here. Looks like Tacoma Federal Way, you may be in for a little bit of a break, but that break's going to be relatively short-lived because the showers are once again about to cross the Puget Sound here. So just a little appetizer of what's to come, though. That rain is moving in here shortly. Just got an update that they continued the flood warnings for Snohomish at Snohomish and Snoqualmie near Carnation until further notice. So still until further notice for the Snohomish River at Snohomish and Snoqualmie River near Carnation. And the Snohomish River near Monroe is in effect until December 13th at 5:54 a.m. So that is Saturday morning. That means right now, barring an extension, the major flood warning for the Snohomish River near Monroe will remain in effect until 5:54 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Saturday. Still a long time away. Jack loves you lots. Yeah, back at him. Going to have tamales for dinner tonight, says Keith. Is this the top of the atmospheric river going across the island? A big storm now. Well, we could probably go back to visible satellite, try to determine that if we still have enough daylight here. Yeah, because models were showing it dipping down into Oregon and then having a little bit of a burst up here, and then it sags back down into Washington. It was showing it kind of moving in like that, if that makes any sense. Well, think of it like a comma shape, and the bottom of the comma shape moves into Oregon, and then the top of the comma moves into Washington, and then holds on over Washington for about a day or so, which would cause substantial river flooding as we're forecasting right now for most of the area. But yes, it does look like the top of it is aimed at Vancouver Island right now. And so it oscillated back up into Vancouver Island and then will sag south again over Washington beginning late tonight and early tomorrow morning. You laughed. Awesome. What sauce do you like with those nuggets? I'll be honest with you, no sauce. I'm a very picky eater, to be honest with you guys. So I usually don't like to mix foods into one, basically, if that makes sense. So I always eat my nuggets and fries plain. I usually eat most of my items plain. Appreciate your channel tonight. Yes, thank you, BoHill5423, for the kind words. Jack says, appreciate the content. Keep it up. We love watching. Well, thank you guys again for supporting. It really means a lot. Ooh, this is an update from Ring Neighbors app. Anyone received notice at your doors about flooding concerns for the city of Pacific? That could be interesting. They may be going door to door in the Pacific community too, because a White River breach up there would flood parts of the city, if not all of the city of Pacific. Down there, as you just cross into Pierce County along Highway 167. Just on the other side of Algona there. Just got my 4 horses moved to Monroe. Awesome. Good to see that people are using the fairgrounds for their livestock. Yeah, roads are bad. Lots of closed roads. So I'm hoping anyone that needed to evacuate already did. Because they're running out of time. I hate to say it, but they are running out of time. Mashed potatoes and corn are separate on his plate. Yeah, this is going to blow your mind, William, but I'm not a fan of corn. You know, a little TMI, but as a little kid, I could never hold corn down. But a lot of you guys are just like, yeah, you know. But yeah, I've never liked corn. Especially cooked corn. Ferndale and Marine Drive up here is flooded. Thank you for the report, Keith. So we are currently seeing some flooding from the Nooksack by the looks of it. Let's make sure we have an updated flood forecast here. I want to see if they've upgraded any of these yet. No, so no flooding at the gauges at least. We could see localized flooding between the gauges here. But reporting some flooding in Ferndale. Thank you, Keith, for that report. William says, ah, man, yeah, I know. I'm that level of picky. The order's almost here already, so we may be taking this intermission sooner than later. Yeah, guys, there was a major flood alert issued over an hour ago, and the NWS in Seattle never issued the, never toned out the warning, like with the full EAS message. So I'm just really kind of concerned for these Stillaguamish folks up here that may not know that they're now expecting major flooding from the Stillaguamish in Arlington downstream to Stanwood. Alright, here's an update for you guys. Currently seeing moderate flooding now here at the Green River near Auburn. So moderate flooding is now occurring. It just crossed over that line by 100 cubic feet per second. So at a level of 67.9 feet, the Green River near Auburn is currently flooding moderately. This could affect areas downstream up towards Kent as well, possibly. I haven't seen any flood reports for Kent yet, knock on wood. Again, they downgraded this forecast, at least temporarily, for the White River to minor flood stage. I heard someone say that may have something to do with the Mud Mountain Dam as well. Possibly. So yeah, in case you missed it earlier, there was a flood warning for the Deschutes River near Rainier downstream to Tumwater. That has since been canceled. There's no longer any flooding expected for the Deschutes River from Rainier downstream to Tumwater and Olympia. But still major flooding here at the Cowlitz at Randall, as well as the Snoqualmie near Carnation, and moderately flooding here still at the Newaukum near Chehalis. This is expected to go below moderate flood stage here very shortly. It may actually, it's already below moderate flood stage, so it's at high and minor stage, and then we'll go back into moderate flood stage by 4 a.m. tomorrow and continue until about 10 a.m. Thursday. And then it looks like we get a reprieve from a lot of these rivers, which is great news. Great news. Moderate flooding also occurring here for the Snohomish, in Snohomish city limits. Although this may not flood the immediate city of Snohomish. I believe the low-lying areas around Snohomish. Just got a message from my mom talking about Christmas spirit. I'm like, oh boy, I must have said something wrong. But yeah, moderate flooding here at Snohomish at this moment. And again, I can't stress this enough. They're still calling for a potential record-breaking crest here. But expected to major flood between... Let me try to get the most accurate timing here for you guys. Sometime between 1 p.m. on Wednesday, tomorrow, and 7 p.m. on Friday. So a 2-day major flood stage crest expected. With looks like over 12 hours over that record possible. This is just outside of Snohomish city limits here in the lower elevations of that river valley here, including Highway 9 that goes through Snohomish. So Highway 9 may be inaccessible coming down from Maltby going into the Snohomish Valley. So just a heads up, if you use this road regularly, expect to not use it for a while. Mr. Speedcat, Portland barely tones any major category flood warnings over my local NWS station, which sucks. Yeah, of course, you know, NWS Seattle is a little strict with their warning issuance as well. And it looks like the food is coming in very shortly. But yeah, I was not expecting 1 to 2, let alone like 8+ activations for NOAA Weather Radio for major flood warnings. That's the first that I've ever had. Will we see the rain shadow like we saw last night? I am anticipating that, yes. Anticipating a rain shadow over the parts of North Kitsap, South Whidbey, and parts of Seattle up to Everett possible. It may become more noticeable by tomorrow when the heavier rain comes in, because right now it's just scattered showers and steady rain north and south of Seattle, but not directly over Seattle. Not necessarily having anything to do with the rain shadow, but we'll notice it more when the steady, widespread, as they would call stratiform layer of rain moves in. All right, Deb Steele, Facebook, thank you for tuning in. Have a great night. Stay safe. If you're near any rivers or know anyone near any rivers, please get the word out. High tides included in forecasted levels, not that I know of. Just think of everything you are grateful for, and that may lift your spirits. Very well said. Mostly got minor and moderate flood category within the listening area. Still waiting for a major flood category. I don't know if that's going to happen, at least in your channel's coverage area. You know, KIG 98 Portland is the call sign for that NOAA Weather Radio site down there. You know, if you were closer to KAC 91, you would have gotten at least 2 of those. I think 2 of those. White River in Pacific County says level 3 flood watch. Should we evacuate or just watch? You don't have to evacuate right now. I'd say just keep tabs on it because they downgraded that major actually to a minor very recently. And not really a huge minor also. I think this has something to do with the forecast upstream at the Mud Mountain Dam, which they were talking about having releases and rather large releases that would have caused some more flooding down here. But they may not do that anymore. If anyone has any updated context on this, please do feel free to chime in. But we saw a downgrade from major severity, which is what the flood warning's in effect for, is major severity, down to minor severity earlier this afternoon. Which is good news for anyone in Southeast Auburn down to Pacific and Sumner. Sure thing. You're very welcome. Yeah, Mr. Speedcat. That's why I kind of was a little snarky when I talked about the KEC 91 transmitter out there, because I knew you weren't able to get it regularly where you're at. Going out dinner also sounds good, Keith. Take care. Have a good one. I think my food got dropped off, but I think my doorbell cam may be a little bit too low battery, so I'm gonna go check on it real fast. Be right back. Got it. Got the food. Ryan Rock Railfan says BNSF, Union Pacific, and Amtrak trains still running good so far. I'm gonna guess the same with Sounder service as well. All right, everyone. I'm gonna take a little intermission here, so hopefully it shouldn't be any more than like 20 minutes. If you guys want to hang around, feel free. Otherwise, Ben's stream is starting here in about 20 minutes. If you want to go check him out on Washington Weather Chasers, I should be back by then. Otherwise, feel free to continue on with your night, or you can keep it in the background. You just won't hear any audio because audio will be disabled. Just as a little heads up to you guys. I'm going to leave this on the radar and visible satellite. So we're going to leave it on this area for now. Grabbing dinner. Yeah. All right, everyone. I'll be back shortly. Again, feel free to hang around. Otherwise, if you're taking off, have a great night. Thank you for tuning in for coverage. We'll be back in about 15 to 20, barring anything crazy. Alright everyone, I'm back. You may have seen my cursor scroll across the screen before I came back, but I see a bunch of you still hanging around. Awesome sauce. That was really good dinner. I'm probably not going to like it later on, but I liked it right then and there. That's what matters. Sparky1549's in the chat. Welcome back. The Snohomish River near Monroe will reach above record stage at 26.7 feet. As of the latest info, 24.3 feet was the record in 1990. Ooh, it's a band of steady rain moving into the South Sound right now. All the way from Olympia down to Elbie. But this is going to put some strain here on the Nisqually as it moves in. Just a heads up. Just now saw that you already covered that. Don't worry, it's all good. Truth is, I usually go over things several times just because there's new people joining in that may not have heard it. And I have no problem repeating it as many times as I need to. Yeah, promise, no sweat. Well, it does look like with the steady stratiform rain moving in, it could very well be seeing the Olympic rain shadow in its full action, too. Because we did have that we did have that light area of rain come in earlier. I just don't think we have an even enough band of rain to come through to really test if this is the Olympic rain shadow or just, you know, breaks in the bands coming through. Why can't I see you? Let me check. Looks like it's good on my end. Checking both my YouTube, Facebook streams on the other screen, and it's showing me okay. Odd. Maybe try backing out of the stream and resetting it. You may need to either back out of the stream or reset your Facebook app. See some steadier rainfall amounts moving in right now to the area south of Tacoma. So pretty steady rain right now through Olympia and points south and east here. So it may not be a fun... Excuse me. Had some phlegm from that fast food. Yeah, but probably not a good time to drive from I-5 south of Tacoma down to Centralia right now because it's looking rather treacherous along the interstate there. But yeah, there's steady rain moving up towards the headwaters of the Skykomish here, which will begin to put pressure on the Skykomish and areas downstream. And this band of rain is moving towards Mount Rainier, so you know what that means. All of the rivers running off Mount Rainier are going to get a burst of decent rainfall amounts here very soon, because this is moving directly towards Mount Rainier. So, Cowlitz River, Nisqually River, White River, Puyallup River. You know, be ready for some possible flooding downstream here by tonight, which the forecast is showing for the area. Still no wind to note. But we still have an hour before that wind advisory goes into effect. Alright, Snohomish at Snohomish dipped back down below moderate flood stage. But it's not going to hang down there for long. Forecast has it eclipsing a moderate flood stage yet again by 8 a.m. at the latest. This is tomorrow. Again, if you want any clarifications on a specific river, feel free to ask. I'll go over it again one more time. And in case you wanted to know about the wind advisory, Wind advisory, as I said, goes into effect in an hour and will continue through 10 p.m. tomorrow night for any of the areas listed in black here. If you see your area, that means you're in the wind advisory. Wind gusts out of the southwest up to 40 miles per hour at times, with 20 to 30 mile per hour sustained winds. This includes some areas such as Everett, Marysville, Linwood, Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Issaquah, Bothell, Seattle, Renton, SeaTac, Kent, Federal Way, Tacoma, Puyallup, Lakewood, McCord Air Force Base, Spanaway, Nisqually area, DuPont, Olympia, Yelm, Tumwater, Grand Mound, Chehalis, Centralia, Toledo, Vader, Winlock, Elma, Montesano, Shelton, Allen, Greatview, Belfair, sorry about that, Bremerton, Vashon Island, Bainbridge Island, McNeil Island, Anderson Island, Fox Island, Paulsbo, Silverdale, Port Orchard area, and along the coast here from Grainland up through Westport, Ocean Shores, Ocean City, Tahola, Moclips, Pacific Beach, Seabrook, Queets area, Quileute, Forks, La Push, and Nia Bay. So if I said your city, then you are in a wind advisory from 8 p.m. tonight until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. There's going to be more wind. That is the expectation, but it's not looking overly impressive. You know, a lot of areas did not perform up to par last night, so I'm expecting around the same tonight. The wind gusts are probably going to be very spotty. It's likely going to be pretty spotty in nature. So I'm not expecting any widespread wind gusts out of this. Oh, dang it, my sister is on YouTube in Colorado, so I can hear you on her TV. Oh, is that right? Alrighty, so yeah, wind advisory for the areas here in black. Speaking of black, this includes the Black Hills as well. Yeah, see here on windy as well. That steady rain's moving in from Shelton, moving to the east. So Lakewood and Tacoma, heavier rain again on the way. This also affect areas from Eatonville up north towards Federal Way too. So steady, moderate to heavy rainfall possible here in the next hour to hour and a half, going from west to east. And this will be moving your way to Enumclaw. So just heads up to you guys. In case you're planning on going out to drive, this heavy rain's on the way. May make sort of a treacherous commute here for a little bit as it passes through. See, yeah, Vancouver Island here is taking the brunt of this thing right now, but this area of precip is eventually going to slide south into our area. The Puget Sound area may not get the heaviest rainfall totals out of this. This is going to bring a huge brunt of precip here to the mountains, mainly in the form of rain, and that's why we have that elevated flood threat. You don't have to get rainfall over Mount Vernon or Concrete to get flooding, but you can get rainfall over the higher mountains that flows into these areas, and that's where you can get your flooding. William asks, what time is it hitting Enumclaw again? So, according to the model guidance here, let's look at the most recent guidance here for tonight. This has tonight's wind gusts filling in around the area as late as midnight around the area. And I can almost guarantee you I will not be up this late streaming. At the latest, I think we'll call it at around 10 tonight. But again, not very much expected right now in the near term. However, it is showing 40 miles per hour at times, but then again, on the higher end of solutions here. This is just the hourly rapid refresh model, which occasionally has its biases. Just as a heads up, it most likely will be less than this, but the possibility is there. And then it shows widespread wind gusts filling in around the area beginning at 7 a.m. So this is one reason why I'd like to get up a little earlier to possibly start streaming tomorrow. As long as my mom doesn't want to go pick up a tree tomorrow, but we'll see. Next couple of days, probably. Hopefully not tomorrow or Thursday, because that's going to be the peak of flooding around much of the area. But we will see. Yeah, see, it shows widespread wind gusts even up here in the foothills too. This is from I-405 eastward up to the pass with wind gusts in the 45 to 50 mile per hour range, which I'm hoping is an overestimation here. Still waiting for the new Euro to run, but we can look at the old Euro. This is going to show 6-hour max gusts. So this is in 6-hour increments. I see showing some strong winds here at times over in the foothills also. This would be from about Issaquah eastward. And could affect Enumclaw area as well, since I know there's a few of you watching from Enumclaw. I'd stream for you, but it would be far less informative. Dirk Dobler says I've seen more wind in my pants. Let's try our best to keep it PG-13, please. As Sonia said earlier. PNW Ryan, probably will find lots of loose trees after tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be an elevated damage threat only because of the saturated soils over the area. You can see that. Weird. Yeah, Kim, no one else is having those issues. Let me private reply to her real quick. So yeah, if this model is correct, then we could see the NWS in Seattle push this wind advisory a little farther east. I wonder if Ben went live just now. I think Ben's also live streaming. No, he hasn't started the stream yet. But you should start streaming here momentarily. And Keith, if you're still around, looks like Randy is going live at 9 p.m. So Whatcom County Weather's also going live tonight too. Had some sarcasm on my comment for the person that wanted to go Christmas tree shopping. Probably. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, I completely missed that. Sorry for me being oblivious. Because got all things weather on my mind right now, so I may miss an obvious joke like that. Yeah, this shows the strongest wind gusts around the area starting up after 10 a.m. tomorrow morning and really beginning to pick up through 4 p.m. and then towards 10 p.m. also. But this would be 10 p.m. tomorrow, not tonight. But for tonight around the area, showing a little breeze happening between 4 to 10 p.m. tonight. And then we kick up a little bit. 40 miles per hour is sort of an outside chance up here for Seattle. But So this would be between 10 p.m. tonight and 4 a.m. tomorrow. Some areas could hit 40 with this, but not really anticipating it. And then kick it up a little bit, especially here in the foothills. Definitely a possibility here, but these are going to be out of the southwest. So some areas here may be sheltered from some higher terrain to the southwest. And then this would be 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. tomorrow. And again, seeing that red spread around the area, that red is upwards of 45 miles per hour. And anywhere with the purple to the red is between 40 and 50. But again, I'm leaning towards having a hunch that this is overdoing it. I went the opposite yesterday, and it ended up biting me in the back. Jake Singer, do we have any chance of a thunderstorm tonight, tomorrow afternoon? Very minimal. The amount of convection that we have with the system coming in is little to none. It's literally, it's going to be just a plume of moisture. So, just rain. We don't have anywhere near as much convective available potential energy as we need for thunderstorms. Highly unlikely. And then this is something else we'll need to look forward to too. Monday. Looks like a system could come in Monday that could bring in much stronger wind gusts if this were to verify. Let's zoom out and look at it in closer detail. I'd like to say right now it's a frontal boundary. It does look like it's a frontal boundary ahead of what could be a little area of deeper low pressure here, making a close approach to Cape Flattery. Which, for those of you that don't know, you usually want an area of low pressure to move into Cape Flattery, somewhere between La Push and Cape Flattery, to bring stronger winds to much of the Puget Sound. So we'll be watching out because this has been showing up in the last couple of model runs here and there, albeit at different times and strengths. The European has it way up there, but it still has a nice frontal system moving in that could bring some strong winds on Monday too. But you know, we'll be looking ahead at that closer once the flooding's done. That would bring some considerable winds to the South Sound, but this is most likely going to change. Because this is 6 days out, so highly doubt it's going to work out like that. So far, a normal set of storms for ocean shores. Adam J says, I live in Graham. We never get wind, so I never go off these wind maps. That's completely fair. Graham seems to be one of those wind-sheltered areas. Parts of Eatonville, I've heard, are also wind-sheltered. You know, there's really no good explanation because there's no major terrain features to your south or west that are nearby that can block the wind. You know, so it's a little hard to give you a really concrete answer on why that is. But yeah, again, I'm feeling like this is on the higher end of probability, so I'm not super confident about this forecast from the European. I'll be waiting, I think, sometime soon. Sometime, hopefully by 8:30 or 9, we should have the next European running on the next 0Z model run here. This is all just ATZ, so. Monroe also. When you say that, are you asking about wins for Monroe? Sorry, I'm not quite sure what that was relating to. Actually, was it about the wind shadowing? Like, does Monroe usually miss out on winds from the south or southwest? Sorry about that. It took me a moment for that to click, but I understand what you're talking about now. Yeah. Monroe apparently has some wind shadowing up there too. But the terrain around there is a little more rigorous, especially once you start getting past Gold Bar. Yeah, Sparky One said no strong winds. Especially when you start getting up towards Gold Bar there, where you start to get the mountains on either side. That's where it can be pretty tricky to predict where these wind shadows are going to be. See, starting to get a little breezy up here in North Bend now. We had a gust of 25 right there. Let's see, in theory, Rattlesnake Mountain should be protecting most of North Bend, but we've been getting these stronger wind gusts in from the southwest here in North Bend. Not too sure if it's winds funneling through Tiger Summit and then around Rattlesnake Mountain, or if the winds are just going over and under Rattlesnake Mountain. Which again, aerodynamically could be possible, but not 100% solid on that. Because usually if air is moving in a straight line, it maintains its velocity for the most part. But if you start to curve air or distort a flow of air in any way, it does lose quite a bit of velocity. Regarding the European, I take off 20 to 25 and it seems more accurate. Yeah, the European I've noticed is one of the best models for wind gusts. And, you know, kind of hoping it's wrong this time around, because if we had 50 mile per hour wind gusts up in the foothills with as much rain as they're getting, there would be severe problems up there. Especially with the flooding already going on as well. 18 is much wider now to let more wind through northerly. Yeah, I remember they did widen Highway 18 at Tiger Summit. Yeah, it's possible that you could be funneling winds into that area through the gap in Tiger Mountain. Because this is oriented out of the southwest, and you don't always have that when you have southerly winds, because you have Taylor Mountain here blocking the southerlies usually. You can get southerlies in here through Wilderness Rim into North Bend, though. You know, through the Chester Morse area. You can get it in through these gaps around Rattlesnake Mountain. And, of course, southeast is the most famous out here, because you just have a clear as day path from the passes and the gaps down to these communities like Snoqualmie and North Bend. That's why we can get these damaging wind gusts out of the southeast from time to time. You know, it's what made the bomb cyclone, as we call it. Again, we're around the time where we want to start checking out these winds here shortly. See, a little breezy here over Port Townsend, nothing huge. 25 over Smith Island, just west of Oak Harbor here, but nothing major. I think the biggest one so far in this area, the largest gust, is a 36 mile per hour gust at Cape Elizabeth. That's way off the coast, though. So, just a matter of time before we start to work these southwesterlies into the area. It's just a matter of how strong is it going to be for the area. You know, we may have these locally strong gusts like we had last night, but the rest of the area may not be may not have too much of a wind concern. Just to keep it vague with you. It's going to be very isolated in nature. That's my hunch I'm leaning towards now. Like that whopping 68 mile per hour gust we had at Hoquiam and Bowerman last night. That was crazy. I remember seeing that. I was on stream still, and I was like, whoa. How strong for Enumclaw? Well, you're not in the wind advisory right now, and the wind advisory is for up to 40 miles per hour. So that's a great question. I'm leaning more towards around the 40 range, though. Even if it's on the upper range of things, I still feel like we may get a isolated 40 mile per hour gust here and there through the next 24 hours or so. As that wind advisory goes into effect at 8 p.m. tonight. And the models have been progressively showing an uptrend, but it didn't verify very well last night. So I'm not too inclined to say that we have a widespread wind threat tonight. I think it's going to be pretty isolated in nature, and it's not gonna be an easy feat to tell you exactly where we're gonna get these stronger wind gusts. You know, it's like an extreme sport, as I like to call it. So I think, to answer your question briefly, I think Enumclaw's probably only going to see 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts over the next 24 hours. But I could be lowballing it too. This is why we'll be tracking everything in real time when the time comes. Yeah, sure thing, Jasmine. Thank you for tuning in. See, it's starting to get a little windy here over the mountains, but this is normal, so nothing super major. 40 miles per hour at Crystal Summit is no sweat. It's pretty much fair game even during the slightest breezes down here. It's really just big time terrain enhancement up here. Yeah, I just hope as many people got out of the Randall and Glenoma area as much as possible. Because that river has been flooding major since 8:30 this morning. Been going down a little bit, but it's not expected to dip below major flood stage until 4 p.m. on Friday, which would be crazy if that verified. But yeah, major flooding right now at the Cowlitz River in Randall, and major flooding also here in Carnation from the Snoqualmie River. But that should dip below major flood stage here very shortly. And hopefully take a nosedive to below flood stage. But it's not looking good for tomorrow and Thursday. See, from 4 p.m. tomorrow out to 4 a.m. Friday. So about 36 hours of remaining above major flood stage, again, for the Snoqualmie River in Carnation city limits. And also, major flooding again expected for the Tolt River as well. So the Tolt will also majorly flood, pardon me, and that will add additional pressure here on the Snoqualmie River going through the area. I'm expecting a lot of widespread impacts here in Carnation if they're not already getting them. Yeah, recent Skagit River prediction is crazy. Like, just absolutely stupid, but totally doable. See, Mount Vernon has a crest of over 4 feet higher than the max record. And at Concrete, it's over 5 feet higher than the max record. This would be at 4 a.m. on Thursday. So 4 a.m. Thursday there. And this would be 4 a.m. Friday. But the major flooding would start tomorrow night for the Skagit River here in Mount Vernon. That is nuts. That is very nuts. Yeah, exceeding records, and it's not even close. Like I said, it would start hitting a major flood stage by 10 p.m. tomorrow. It's expected to go back in the flood stage as early as 10 a.m. tomorrow. Even at minor, but it's going to make a beeline up towards that record. It's going to take probably about 42 to 48 hours, but it will likely get there, judging by the rainfall patterns we're seeing coming up. You know, especially as that atmospheric river axis starts to slide south along Vancouver Island into the North Cascades here. See, here's the heavy rain moving into Tacoma right now. Hazardous commute if you're traveling along any of these highways here, coming up very shortly. And right now, if you're Tacoma down to Fort Lewis, I wouldn't want to be driving on this interstate. Just saying. Could have a lot of hydroplaning going on the interstate, but this is moving into the mountains. So that heaviest of rain is also moving over Mount Rainier right now too. So, you know, White River Valley, Puyallup, Carbon, Nisqually, Cowlitz. Here comes your heavy rain. This is where the flooding really begins again after this moves over. South-southeast winds. That's a little unusual for this time. I don't know, but the GFS usually doesn't beat out the Euro. When it comes to deterministics, the GFS is usually always catching up to the Euro. That's why I prefer the European, because it's usually superior in almost every category. But the GFS does have its wins sometime. And I think the UW WRF GFS is independent, so I don't think they have it feeding into any other open source. Like a news site, for example. But it's most likely a computer algorithm. I don't know if they have much human intervention when it comes to that. Maybe to write up the forecast, but to model the forecast? Great question, but I wish I had a better answer for you. The M3KM versus Euro versus her in regards to winds. I can see, here's that steady rain moving into the area. And this is north of the Olympics, so we're not going to have much rain shadowing stopping it as it moves into the mountains of King, Snohomish, Skagit, and Whatcom counties. You could have a little bit of rain shadowing here from Vancouver Island, but that's about it. So yeah, I usually prefer the Euro when it comes to winds, and a lot of people do too. But there are times where the NAM 3KM and her have done better. You know, no model really had a good grasp on Friday's winds. I think we had the new model run as well. So let's check out the new model run, or the NAM, see what it shows. Well, the NAM shows wind gusts kicking up by 10 p.m. tonight. But judging based on observations, we're just not seeing that so far. It should be showing the stronger winds here out of the Whidbey Island area, which is breezy, but it's not as strong as it's being modeled on here. So I think the NAM's overdoing this. Shut a road down. Yeah, they shut down, I believe that's Green Valley Road. But yeah, it was flooding all the way down from Green Valley Meets to Flaming Geyser State Park. See, on an hourly basis, this consistently has us at over 35 miles per hour all throughout the morning and through most of the afternoon. But I do believe this is starting to overestimate these wind gusts. And I really hope I'm right about that. Because if I'm wrong and it turns out that the wind gusts overperform, could have a lot of damage with those loose trees from the saturated soil again. Yeah, I think the NAM's a little on the high side, and I hope that is the case. Let's see, the 2Z her is finished. Hey there, Willow, aka Seattle Wa Sirens, welcome back into the stream. Good to see you again, my friend. The HER's still progressively showing these strong winds tomorrow morning around the area, down here in the Tacoma area, and even here in Shelton as well, with some wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour, which I'm hoping this is an overestimation, but it also shows pretty strong wind gusts. It shows close to 50 for Enumclaw. That would be pretty insane. But I'm really hoping that's like the 90th percentile of solutions, which has about a 10% likelihood. See, and then this model goes into noon. If we want the 48-hour run, we'll go back to the 0Z real quick. And see, it shows pretty similar throughout the day, but it also shows this frontal feature coming through too. And as we saw last night over here in Hoquiam, it could kick up the winds a bit, either ahead or behind the frontal boundary. Got pretty gusty here at Painfield as well. It's showing a very similar northwesterly surge behind that front that comes through. We could have a convergence zone form with this too. But if we look at radar, which again, sorry, pivotal weather is going to be a little laggy. Shows really steady rain moving in. This time it has the heaviest of rain north of Tacoma instead of south of Tacoma tomorrow, which again will put a huge amount of pressure on these rivers from King County northward. And then that front comes through. And then we hopefully start to dry things out going into Thursday. But then again, it's still showing that moisture coming in off the coast. Well, hopefully it really starts to run out of moisture by the time we go into later Thursday afternoon. But it just has a fire hose on us. I mean, an absolute fire hose. It could sag south a little bit too, but the main moisture axis looks to stay here in northwest Washington, in the North Olympic Peninsula. Southern Vancouver Island as well. So a bit farther north, which may help give these rivers a break down here. There will occasionally be some heavy rain tonight and tomorrow morning down south here, like what's currently going through the Mount Rainier area at this moment. For Wilson River, Misty Anderson, you must be down in Oregon, right? I noticed you asking a lot of questions about down in Oregon. But yeah, Wilson River, Nehalem River, and Trask River all have flood warnings on them for minor flooding. But only the Nehalem River right now, or Nehalem, however you pronounce it, is currently at minor flood stage. Will dip below minor flood stage by 10 a.m. tomorrow and is not expected to flood again. But the Wilson River in particular, currently at bank full stage. It was getting close to moderate stage there a little while ago, but has since dipped down to just below flood stage here. It's expected to get back up the flood stage by tonight and remain there until early tomorrow morning. The crest of about 12.55 feet possible by 10 p.m. tonight. Then the Trask River, also in Tillamook, also expected to minor flood around the same time, 10 p.m. tonight, and then quickly go below flood stage. So that's for the Northwest Coastal Range rivers up there. And we even have a river up here going the moderate forecast as well. So yeah, a lot of purples here, a lot more than I'm comfortable with, to say the least. Any idea for Gig Harbor area wind? I'm not expecting too much over the next 24 hours because that alert again goes in effect in 25 minutes. I could see locally strong winds, but I'm not seeing a widespread wind event. And the National Weather Service confidence isn't too high on this as well. They're only calling for sustained winds of 20 to 30 with gusts of 40. Which, they probably put that out because of the increased soil moisture, which could elevate damage in some areas. So, if you have any trees that appear to be shaking or you see the roots popping up out of the ground, I'd be like, all right, red flag time. So probably not expecting much for Gig Harbor, but you could get up to 40-mile-per-hour winds throughout the day, starting early in the morning tomorrow, lasting through the night. Just a rough estimate, and that applies to a good majority of the Puget Sound, Southwest Interior, and the coast too, in case you had any questions in those areas. Which probably applies to the Centralia Chehalis as well. Centralia Chehalis area. Winds are out of the southwest, so the Willapa Hills usually block most of the wind down there in the Chehalis Valley. So not expecting anything too crazy there in the lower Chehalis Valley. But for flooding, on another hand, luckily I just noticed the Newaukum went below moderate flood stage, but it is still minorly flooding. They expected to get back up the moderate flood stage by tomorrow, or perhaps as soon as tonight. So river flooding will be concerning, but not looking for any wind concerns down there. Has the NWS actually issued a high wind warning for the Cascade foothills, including Enumclaw? Haven't seen anything come across my phone. No, there are no alerts right now for the foothills. There are 0 alerts. There's only a wind advisory in effect for the Puget Sound area, Southwest Interior, Kitsap Peninsula, and the coast. But that's it. So Bellingham area, no wind advisory. Island County, San Juan County, no wind advisory. Strait of Juan de Fuca, no wind advisory. And foothills, nothing. At least not yet. They dropped the winds for Vancouver Island. I have south winds only gusting to 14 by heavy rain. Good question. I don't believe they have great confidence in the winds being out of the south. You could get some southeasterly winds tomorrow when that system is coming through, ahead of that front possibly, but winds will mostly be out of the south or southwest across the area, so your area should be shadowed from the strongest winds up there near Nanaimo. Looks like the HER pushed off the wind till midnight for NP area. This is going to be a stupid question, but remind me again what NP stands for. I forget exactly which area you're based in. To Whitney Davis Rugged Radios. Let's see. Haven't heard much about the wind in Graham. Are we in the clear or be prepared? I'm not going to say you're in the clear, but I'm not going to say it's going to be strong enough to have to prepare for anything. It looks very sporadic right now, and the wind gusts are going to be conditional. So that just means it's really based on your microclimate. And as we saw last night with that wind prediction, it really didn't work out for more than 80% of us. So I'm just, okay, Northern Peninsula, maybe. Maybe. I was thinking North Peninsula, but... You know, it could also mean national park for all you know. There's so many things NP could stand for. I'm trying to think of any cities that are abbreviated NP, but I'm just firing a blank right now. So, Whitney, please remind me again what NP stands for. But Brock Christensen is traveling Highway 12 from Yakima to Chehalis. Oh boy. If at all possible, I would absolutely not do that. Because with the way that the Cowlitz River is currently flooding in Randall and is expected to flood up in Packwood, you may not even be able to make it into Packwood. So, if at all possible, I try to go around through Snoqualmie Pass and around. I know it's going to be longer, but you're just going to have way too much flooding along Highway 12, and they're already shutting down parts of Highway 12 too, in the Randall area. So there's just going to be way too much flooding, and I would honestly not try that. But yeah, like Matt Craig said, heard parts of it were closed. I would highly reconsider a detour, either to the south or to the north, even if it takes way longer. Yeah, don't worry, Durfee. I know that was a guess. I just can't think about NP right now for some reason. I'm firing a blank here. But yeah, Highway 12 travel over the pass may be impossible once you get over into Packwood. Both impossible and impassable. Yeah, major flooding happening right now from Randall downstream into Rife Lake here. So much where I believe I've heard that they're going to relieve the dams here at Mossy Rock and Mayfield possibly. Sounds like I'm going around. Yeah, I think you're going to be forced to go around anyways. You'll likely have to go over Snoqualmie this time. Because if the forecast pans out like they're showing, then Highway 12 is going to be flooded over in a lot of areas by the morning time. Stormy said it's blocked off in Randall, don't do it. So there's your confirmation. You can't get through even if you wanted to. I'm just hoping anyone in Packwood, I know there's a shelter up there somewhere, but if they haven't gone to the shelter, I've already hoped that they've gotten out of there already. Last time I checked, there's a little road that goes from Packwood through the Nisqually entrance, possibly. I think it's this Forest Service road right here. Takes you into Ashford, but it goes through the river valleys here. I don't know if that's public access, but if you're able to, that may be able to take you to the Nisqually River Valley. But then again, that area anyways is also expected to major flood, so it's not going to help you out too much. The Skate Creek Road cuts through the mountains here into Packwood. But I don't know if that's going to be much of an option because most of Packwood's already going to be cut off most likely by tomorrow morning or tomorrow night with that major flooding. Yeah, sorry, Brock. Hopefully you brought extra gas money with you. You're going to need it. Wow, 2,000 views already. Thank you guys for getting the word out. And yeah, guys, in case you wanted to know, they never did end up toning out that major flood warning for the Stillaguamish. That upgrade never ended up making it past the radio station. And disappointing from the NWS. Hoping it was a mistake, but yeah, anything for major flooding, they upgraded it from moderate to major severity earlier, and they never toned it out over NOAA weather radio. Which hopefully people have other ways of finding out information up there. Skate Creek is closed, says Whitney Alexis. Yeah, sure thing, Brock. He says, I'm ready. Thank you for the input. Sure thing. Like Seattle Siren said, L Sioux, which is the code for Seattle, Washington, NWS. Yeah, big time L on their part. They should have toned that out right away. Ebie Island between Everett and Lake Stevens just issued evacuation notice. Appreciate the insight, Cheryl Marie. Is that voluntary or mandatory? Do you know which level it is? Or is it just evacuation that you know of? Skate Creek Road does go through, but yeah, super rough off-road trails. Okay, that's what you meant, Skate Creek. All right. Thank you, Whitney, for clarifying. And Hunt's Jess also followed up on that too. Uncertain if there are landslides there. Those trails are very easily washed out. My advice is just go through the safe route. Appreciate the input, Hunt's Jess. Thank you. Which probably means go back over White Pass, because that's really the only option you have. So, again, I'm just hoping, if you know anyone in Packwood, I believe there is a shelter set up in Packwood somewhere, but if they haven't gone to that shelter, then hopefully they've gotten out of there already, because it's not going to be accessible to the west. If it isn't already, it won't be accessible by tomorrow morning or tomorrow night. So, Ebie Island. Yeah. Evacuation notices. Oh, Normandy Park. Okay. Oh, so you're in Michael Snyder's area then. Sweet. Pushed off the wind till midnight for Normandy Park area. All right. Yeah, the HER usually corrects itself on an hourly basis as the event's happening. And only then does it begin to trend down. Like normally the HER and the NAM will trend up, and then if they don't nail the forecast, they'll then trend down to accommodate for it. It's just a pattern I've noticed. It's more like a bad habit, if anything. But the 2Z HER here, the one that initiated at 6 p.m., is showing around 45 miles per hour for the SeaTac Normandy Park vicinity by noon tomorrow, which again, I believe it's probably going to turn out to be an overestimation, and hopefully I'm right about that. Packwood Shelter is at their senior center. Thank you, Whitney, for your input. Yeah, thank you very much for the clarification. Just want to make sure I have the most accurate information to put out there, so appreciate that. I just hope a lot of people up there don't have any livestock, because I can't think of any shelters that allow livestock right now anywhere near that area. But if you are taking shelter in the Skykomish, Snohomish, or Snoqualmie River valleys, the Evergreen State Fair in Monroe is a livestock shelter. Just as a heads up. Yeah, I see Ben. No, actually, oh, it's Jonathan posting on Ben's page. You don't see that too often. Okay, Ben is live now. If you guys want to go stop by Ben's stream, Washington Weather Chasers on YouTube and Facebook. Oh, and I see Sparky1, you're over there too. Sweet. I guess some people on Ben's stream are having problems with ads. So eventually I'm going to be to the point where we will have some in-stream ads when monetization is enabled, but I'm going to try to keep the frequency as low as possible. We're getting pretty close to that stage here in the near future, and we should actually have monetization enabled by Sunday or Monday of next week, hopefully. But we will see. Oddly enough, Ben doesn't have any moderators on his stream right now. I just tuned in. Skate Creek is paved all the way, but it could be closed due to it going over the river, and they may be falling trees across the road. You make a great point. Yeah. Whitney says her aunt and uncle live in Packwood, so we're getting lots of updates real time. The Chronicle has a lot of pictures of flooding in Lewis County. It shows how bad Randall is as well. Someone just said they plan on releasing water from the Mud Mountain Dam this evening, affecting Auburn, Sumner, and Pacific. But yet they downgraded the forecast from major to minor severity there, which is a little bit of an odd decision in my opinion. Because that flood warning is still for major flooding. They have not changed it yet. See, major flooding is forecast still, but yet they downgraded it to minor flooding. So I'm hoping they communicate this or the forecast readjusts itself as we go into tomorrow, because this could be crucial information coming into Thursday. And people need to know the exact values of this as soon as possible. And Snoqualmie here in Carnation is back up to moderate flood stage. So it actually went down. So it was in major stage. Rain just picked up considerably in Enumclaw. Thank you, Jasmine, for the report. Yeah, we do have the showers and steady rain moving through the South Sound and foothills right now. With heavy rain now over my area, and eventually I'm going to be hearing the rain pound the window here very shortly. Yeah, just a torrent of rain moving through the South Sound right now. Just in time for the evening commute for some people. Have they opened water in the lake taps? Isn't that dam fed? I know someone explained a few months ago while I was live streaming that Lake Taps is filled from the White River, yes. But I'm not sure of any updates from that. I know they drain it and refill it on a seasonal basis, last time I checked. I don't know if they do it to relieve any dam pressure. If anyone has any insight on that, do please comment away. We got the ding. What's that? Okay. Flood warning for Satsop River near Satsop has been extended. And still minor flooding is forecast. So now in effect until early Friday morning. So flood watch for the Satsop River near Satsop here has been extended until Friday morning. Minor flooding is forecast. Yeah, again, if anyone has any insight on Lake Taps and the White River, please do chime in. Mrs. Panda Eater was asking about that. They also continued the flood warning for the Snoqualmie River near the falls until I believe December 12th is Friday. Yeah, so till Friday at 6:27 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, that flood warning for major flooding remains in effect. And my neighbor over for dinner just came back on any updates from the Sky Komish. Hello, Ryan Roberts. Yeah, right now, no longer seeing major flooding, thankfully. No flooding at all, actually. Down to bank full stage and dropping. It may actually even drop out of flood stage tonight if that rain can hold off just long enough. But expected to make a huge surge with that rain as it comes in back up into major flood stage by 4 a.m. tomorrow, according to the forecast. With a peak crest of 22.46 feet by 4 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. And continuing at major flood stage until about, looks like around 11 a.m. or noon on Thursday. And then not expected to hit major flood stage again. They continue the flood warning for the White River along R Street. They extended the flood warning for the Nisqually River near National. and continues for the White River at R Street Bridge, King and Pierce counties. Again, the Squally River near National. This affects areas downstream to Alder Lake, including Elbie and Ashford as well. Major flooding is still forecasted until late Friday morning. And then they downgraded the forecast to minor flooding, thankfully, for the White River at R Street, but it is until further notice. They messed that up. 7,500 feet. They actually meant 7,500 cubic feet per second. Whoops. River flooding is likely to occur near low bank areas around and downstream of the Stewart Street, misspelled street, way to go, bridge in the city of Sumner. Flood flow is 7,500 cubic feet per second. At 6:45 p.m., the flow was 8,080 cubic feet per second. It'll rise to 8,460 cubic feet per second late this evening and then fall late tonight and rise again to almost 9,000 cubic feet per second. And fall but remain above flood stage. So flooding still likely going into the weekend for the White River near R Street in Auburn. Big heads up to anyone down there. Puyallup asks Summer, pardon me, Summer. You're on Facebook. So major flooding still forecasted from Electron downstream into Ording. This will affect areas such as McMillan, Alderton, and Sumner, but only minor flooding forecast from downtown Puyallup to the tide flats here. But it could now get close to moderate flood stage. You know, it makes a valiant effort to get up within about a half foot of moderate flood stage. So if we have a little more rain than we expect over the next 24 hours, we could see moderate flooding along the Puyallup River from Puyallup downstream to the tide flats. Just a heads up for anyone in or near that area. Again, not flooding right now, not expected to begin flooding until tomorrow morning at around 10 a.m., according to the forecast. And then holding on to minor flooding until about 4 p.m. the next day. So minor flooding expected along the Puyallup River from Puyallup downward to the tide flats here. And then we'll dip below flood stage after 4 p.m. Thursday. Looking at Ben's comment section, he said we had to row a boat down the river road to get our friends out. Craziness. Hey there, Anita. Anita says hello. Welcome back. Yeah, the Puyallup and Carbon were major flooding last night and very early this morning, which I heard caused some widespread impacts to the city of Ording, but more flooding at a higher level possibly expected as we go into tomorrow morning and Thursday morning. And then slightly higher crest than last night and this morning. Currently not at flood stage at the Carbon River near Fairfax, but expected to get up to flood stage here very shortly. Then expected to make a crest of 16.26 feet by 4 a.m. Thursday. Still major flooding expected between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. tomorrow. Oh. How many of you guys are with me here still? 15 of you on Facebook and 58 of you on YouTube. 92 likes on YouTube. All right, we're closing in on 100 again. Thank you guys again for selecting Puget Sound Stormwatch for your live coverage tonight. Again, this is Anthony here at Puget Sound Stormwatch, tracking live river flooding conditions around western Washington and anticipating the increase in winds around the area. Just a heads up, that wind advisory that you may have seen on your phone went into effect 2 minutes ago. Remains in effect until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. PNW Ryan still here. Awesome. Good to see you again. Jack Paul, hello there. Welcome back. How long is this weather pattern going to be around? At least for the next 36 hours or so. Let's go check it out in retrospect here. Let's zoom out a bit and show you what I'm talking about. But at least continuously, expecting it to last through at least Friday morning. We may get a break, but even then it's showing Vancouver Island still getting the tail end of this atmospheric river here. We might get some here in the north end as well, but for the rest of the Puget Sound Southwest Interior, we may get a break Friday. But probably going to be short-lived. See, we have another either frontal system or atmospheric river extension here. Let's zoom out just a tad. Nope, that's not a cold front. That's still the atmospheric river. So we may have a little second progressive stint with the atmospheric river Saturday night and Sunday morning, which could bring locally heavy rainfall for a short time. But due to its fairly progressive nature, we're not expecting widespread impacts. But if the rivers do remain high, this could put a little more pressure on those rivers and keep some of them above flood stage for a little while longer. Let's see, as I said, fairly progressive, in and out, very quick. But then we're watching for the Monday time frame, and we could be watching out for windstorm potential here as well. Notice this indentation here. That is a 990 millibar surface low, making a dangerously close approach to what I call the Goldilocks zone for some strong winds in this area. So after the atmospheric river comes through, could have yet another atmospheric river passing through, south to north, fairly progressive thankfully, but then possibly followed by some strong winds in some areas. But we'll be watching this solution closely because this is the first of the European model runs to show something like this. So expecting a robust pattern through the extended period, unfortunately, Jack. It doesn't look like we'll have any long-term relief anytime soon. Just very short-term breaks between events. Yeah, Kim Leonard says, ugh, I know. You people who like rain and wind, you're going to enjoy this. But the sun lovers may want to evacuate at a moment's notice. If we look at the upper level air patterns here, just a second. You may see this ridge and you may think we're okay, but not really. You guys see, it keeps dragging this white zone down between the trough and the ridge. That is the jet stream, and that is what's carrying the atmospheric river across the ocean. So, may get a little brief break here. Atmospheric river could move to the north a bit, but comes right back down and gives us a touch of reality by Sunday. Then, of course, we're watching this trough as it moves closer too. You know, this upper level trough could bring some windstorm potential by next Monday. We'll be watching that very closely. Again, first model run to show something like this. Again, at a global scale of this. So again, we could get a break later Thursday and early Friday. That ridge tries to fill in, but we're still going to have to deal with this jet stream over the area, which is pretty volatile. It sinks south again and gives us another little touch of that atmospheric river pattern. And then we watch where will the trough go. This will push the jet stream off to the east and to the south, but that allows these troughs to swing in, and that is where the real inclement weather comes in. Like, we're talking, again, windstorm potential if this pops into the right spot. Yeah, Jack, going to be very nasty and wet days ahead. Does this amount of rain and water affect the tides in the Puget Sound? Not necessarily the tides. We do have a coastal flood advisory for the northwest interior, including the Bellingham area, San Juan Islands, but not Island County, though. Not expecting any tidal overflow in the Puget Sound, and we're not seeing super low pressure, so we shouldn't have any severe tidal impacts. But these rivers flowing into the Puget Sound aren't going to have much area to empty into. They're going to be backed up from the Puget Sound. So it's possible in some areas around where the rivers empty into the Puget Sound, we could see higher waters as the rivers attempt to mix in with the Puget Sound water. That's possible, but in the long form term of it, like the overall general, if you guys can't tell, I'm having a hard time trying to formulate the right words here, but the general overall synopsis, I guess, is that we're not expecting any tidal effects to the Puget Sound with this flooding or any of these atmospheric rivers. If we have a big area of low pressure swing through and bring rain, that's a little different, because low pressure allows those tides to increase a bit. But we're done with the king tides right now, so we don't have to worry about widespread coastal flooding anymore. Just some minor tidal overflow possible in the north end of the coverage area, here and there. And they have another coastal flood advisory in effect from, I believe, 7 a.m. tomorrow to 1 p.m. tomorrow. So they continued the wind advisory for southwest interior, Puget Sound area, Kitsap Peninsula, and the coast. So again, let me show you the text for this event real quick. Wind advisory remains in effect until 10 p.m. Wednesday, so it is now currently in effect. Southwest winds 20 to 30 miles per hour sustained, with gusts up to 40 miles per hour expected. Portions of northwest and west central Washington. Again, till 10 p.m. Wednesday. And this is on the very low end of the spectrum. This is actually outside of the advisory criteria. But they almost certainly put this out because of the threat of saturated soils, allowing trees to come down much easier. So just a heads up, even if you have lower end wind gusts like 30 to 35 miles per hour, the effects could be amplified in some places, just due to that extremely wet, volatile soil. Yeah, even Ben's calling the river forecast absolutely stupid. Like, it's ridiculous. That's good to know. Thank you. I got a friend that lives right by Titlow Beach. He's had flooding problems before with that low pressure. Looking forward to hearing that wind howl. We will see if it does howl. May howl in some spots, but a lot of areas may miss out. They did last night. It could very well happen again. So again, wind advisory remains in effect if you are in the black outlined areas here. You're in a wind advisory now in effect until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. Wind gusts out of the southwest up to 40 miles per hour possible, including Everett, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, Olympia, Shelton, Hoquiam, and Chehalis. Those are some major key cities that are in this wind advisory here. Keith says, I am back. Can't think of anything important right now. I think I tried to follow up with you about something, but you weren't here. For those of you who don't know, I'm also watching Ben's stream on Washington Weather Chasers too. Yeah, let's do a quick radar update for you guys. Just coming down nonstop, Tacoma area eastward now. Yeah, it looks like some heavier rain coming in for the Seattle downtown area very shortly, crossing over the Olympics, so heads up. Do have a little bit of a rain shadow now by the looks of it, but it looks like it's going to start filling in here very soon. Because this is already on the other side of the Olympics and still showing heavy rain showers crossing over Bremerton, moving directly towards downtown Seattle at the moment. So this is going to begin putting a lot of pressure on those rivers yet again. So we had some relief overnight, but this is going to reverse those effects and then some for a lot of these areas. Fox M777 says, new subscriber, welcome to Puget Sound Stormwatch. Thank you for tuning in. Sure thing, glad to be here to cover it. Wind advisory is not for Bonnie Lake city limits. It's just outside of Bonnie Lake city limits, but it does include Sumner. The cutoff line is between Sumner and Bonnie Lake, but you could get some of those stronger winds tonight into tomorrow night too. It's going to be difficult to forecast exactly where and when. So hopefully you understand. That's what it was, Keith. That's what it was. Yeah, I saw an update on my YouTube that Randy was going to go live, and I was going to tell you about it, but you weren't here. So that's what it was. That Randy's going live at 9. Whitney says, rain is dumping buckets in Steilacoom. Yeah, certainly. Steilacoom area, UP, Lakewood, DuPont. Not doing so good in the dryness department right now. And it's going to be like that for quite some time. As most likely, some areas up here will be getting rain for a good 24 hours straight or very close to it, starting around this time. Looks like this time the axis of moisture should be aimed more towards north of Seattle rather than south. Very close. Think you copy that. Sure thing. Fox M777. Yeah, like right on the borderline of the advisory. If we do see these wind gusts pop up in the foothills and east of these areas, then they could expand the wind advisory overnight or tomorrow. But it's gonna be a short-term forecast or nowcast kind of event to determine this. Which I'm hoping we should be live for most of that tomorrow too. But it's really gonna depend on a few things. Yeah, see here along the coast, maybe a few more robust showers moving in. But again, thunderstorm chances are very low. Not seeing very much convection, if any, with this atmospheric river. A lot of these showers are coming in south of Olympia too, and that's going to put additional pressure here on these rivers feeding from the foothills of Lewis and Thurston counties. For example, Skookumchuck and Cowlitz. This Cowlitz wouldn't be the right word for that, because Cowlitz is based in Pierce County. They're getting a lot of heavy rain and possibly some snowfall in the highest peaks of Mount Rainier right now. That's going to put some stress on the Puyallup, Carbon, Nisqually, White, and hang on, I missed a river. I have to do that again. The Nisqually, Puyallup, White, Cowlitz. I think Carbon. I think I might have missed Carbon. But yeah, those 5 rivers running off the mountain right now are going to have additional stress tonight with this rain just coming in relentless amounts towards that area. And a lot of this affecting the mountains here in King, Pierce, and Snohomish counties as well, which of course is where the Skykomish, Tolt, and Snoqualmie rivers feed off of. Heavy rain falling in those areas right now. That could drive these rivers up towards flood stage if they're not already at that stage. Yeah, Crystal Marie. We're expecting wind, but we're not expecting too much. Some areas could get stronger winds, but it's very hard to tell where and when exactly. This is a big event. Yes, it is. Very much so. But a wind advisory did go into effect at 8 o'clock, so 19 minutes ago. It will remain in effect until 10 p.m. tomorrow. So the advisory is there, but we don't know if it's going to verify yet. We'll have to be watching observations on a regular basis to really determine that. But judging by yesterday's performance, it didn't do very well for most of us, but some areas did get big wind gusts. It's just very isolated. North and East Seattle, Redmond area, they were recently expanded a few hours ago into the wind advisory. There originally was not a wind advisory for the east side area, but they did expand it to include east side. Winds are like a chance wheel. Yes, that they are. For sure. So yeah, it's a probability. That's why they put the forecast out early, and it's not for really strong winds either. It's not for super strong winds. It's 40 miles per hour, which normally doesn't do much damage, but of course with the saturated soils, and I'm trying to put an emphasis on this, with saturated soil, lesser wind gusts can cause equal amounts of damage as a stronger windstorm does with bone dry soil. Skagit is looking at 47.4 feet, 45.7 in 1917. Yeah, Skagit's going to break some records if the forecast holds. They are going to break those records for sure. And it may not even be close. Like, I wish I was kidding about that, but I'm not kidding. Winds weren't very strong in Olympia yesterday. Olympia, Washington Life. Will it be stronger in Olympia tonight? Not expecting it tonight. Could be breezy at times, but your area is mostly sheltered from the Willapa Hills to the southwest. So not expecting widespread impacts down there. You may have an occasional strong gust at times over the next 24 hours or so. But yeah, Skagit, whoa, for sure. You do not want to be along the Skagit in the next 24 hours or so.
Nope.
Ooh, excuse me. Not a case of the hiccups all of a sudden by the looks of it. US Skagit folks get awards for breaking records. Yeah, if you get out of there, your life will be safe. That's your award. Oh, Ben's stream is getting dark. Talking about cows dying right now. House I was living in during the 2003 flood will have 4 to 5 feet inside. Yeah, that's a sobering possibility for sure. Even with winds at 20 miles per hour could topple trees with its saturated soil. 100%, Keith. That's the point I've been trying to make with this wind advisory. It may not seem strong, but soils are going to be super saturated in some parts, which will easily topple trees with even a 20 mile per hour wind gust. Which is why I'm trying to convey this message as carefully as possible to everyone, so that there's very little confusion. What's the difference between this event and the bomb cyclone we had a couple of years back? Two completely different synoptic setups meteorologically. An atmospheric river has very little relation to a bomb cyclone. We had an area of low pressure drop rapidly in pressure off the coast, and that drew a pressure gradient in through the East Cascades into the foothills below. And that huge pressure gradient across just a small area, that different change in pressure there with that pressure rise behind it caused those damaging, almost hurricane force wind gusts in some areas. But an atmospheric river originates way across the Pacific and transports moisture up here. Oh, that's what makes an atmospheric river an atmospheric river. It's a transport for water vapor and moisture in the atmosphere. While a bomb cyclone does not do that. Atmospheric rivers don't bring much wind also, while a bomb cyclone can produce majorly strong winds around the center. Or if you have mountains like this, it can draw a pressure gradient across a short area and pull those winds in from high pressure towards the low pressure. Wind is the movement of air from high pressure to low pressure. That's why the air moves. Pacific Northwest Ryan said free Christmas trees. Yeah, if you have a little dark humor for that, more power to you. I'm not going to question it though. But yeah, anyways, Fox M777, two completely different meteorological setups going on. Atmospheric river doesn't form from an area of low pressure. It's water vapor transport, usually along the jet stream, between an area of low pressure and an area of high pressure. They sort of act as a turnstile for moisture. While the moisture goes like this, they're acting as a turnstile, both rotating opposite directions. But you have a ridge to the south, high pressure, and a trough to the north, low pressure. And that steers the moisture into a specific area. In this case, Washington State coming up. Sue is not sewer. NOAA now predicting Skagit will reach 41.5 feet in downtown Mount Vernon. The dike there is 42 feet. Way too close for comfort. Yeah, I agree. I'd say if you have the chance to, please get out of there by Wednesday night at the latest. By tomorrow night. You don't want to be in Mount Vernon during this flood. You don't want to be in concrete. You don't want to be anywhere in between. There ever been two events simultaneously? There could have been. History goes back millions to billions of years. In recent history, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But most likely, if we're getting an atmospheric river, then the bomb cyclone in question would be too far to our north to really affect us. But if you had a bomb cyclone or any low pressure in general come through here, the atmospheric river would be going down south towards California. Walmart and Mount Vernon may get water in it. A lot of businesses in Mount Vernon may get water in them, for sure. I'm on the second story in Cedro, I'll be safe. Alright, I guess we'll put that theory to the test, will we? Is there a map of, let's say, a Mount Vernon to compare water level to ground level? Unless you're talking about, like, topographic maps that show the topography of the area. In which case, you can just pull that up on Google Maps and go to the topography setting. And it'll show you the terrain of the area, if that's what you mean. There's an RV park next to Mount Vernon Walmart. Are they evacuating? I don't currently know of any evacuation notices, either mandatory or voluntary, in the Mount Vernon area or anywhere along the Skagit. Last time I checked, Ebie Island between Lake Stevens and Snohomish had evacuation orders beginning to go out. That was a couple hours ago, as far as I know. Couple of messages coming in, I can hear that. Diablo Dam 2003 at 42 feet. Very powerful image there. Okay, that was you again. So yeah, this is from, I think it was Danny on Facebook, right? Was it Danny? Let me make sure I have the right guy here. Real quick. Yeah, Danny Burt. Okay. Yeah, this is the image. You were showing Diablo Lake, the dam here at 42 feet, I believe it was. 42, right? Yeah, it's you. Okay, good. Yeah, pretty crazy here with the floodgates open. Just hope if they're able to release it, hopefully they do it gradually. And hopefully they've already started doing those releases if they have the capability to. Great to have this kind of coverage and information. Yeah, sure thing. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry if it's not super eventful so far. We're just trying to portray this information as it comes in. And we hit 30 here in Port Townsend. That is the greatest in the area so far today. So kicking up a little bit here in Port Townsend area. 28 miles per hour at Smith Island as well. 29 way out here at New Dungeness. But not too windy at the moment. We're getting 50 miles per hour in Astoria, but this is usually susceptible to westerly or southwesterly winds with higher terrain on both sides. So sort of like a wind tunnel effect. So this is usually expected during these kind of events. Elsewhere around the Puget Sound, Jack Diddley Squat. Sounds good, Keith. Going to be leaving in a half hour to go to Randy's stream. All good. Not seeing any major changes since we last refreshed. Which is good, but also not good for some of you guys in the red and purple boxes here. Thank you for those of you guys still watching. Appreciate you guys. And thank you for getting the word out as well. All right, let's check out some power outages while we're here. See if we're going up at all. Nope, we're going down. Great news. Still some scattered power outages here on PSE. See, we have a new one as of 7/11 here. 170 customers impacted near Maytown. Really just some spotty power outages here and there, including this one near Newcastle. This was yesterday at 9:57, but now they have an ETA of 2 a.m. for that area. But other than that, it's really just scattered, dotted power outages, only affecting about 1 to maybe 5 customers. So not seeing anything major on PSE at the moment. A good sign that there's no wind in the area at the moment. No wind or very little. Sorry guys, sorry for the pause. Just looking at Benjamin's live stream as well. Benjamin Yurkovich, Washington Weather Chasers. He's also live streaming too. Just making sure that everything's going well over there because I'm a moderator on his channel as well. So just keeping an eye on this stream as well as his stream. So we're multitasking here. See if I can pull this up real quick. Yeah, so I just received this from, if you guys know Jonathan Pulley with Ebie Island Weather. So if you're in this area, this looks like it's from a credible source. It says the purple area here is to be evacuated by 1 p.m. December 10th, which is tomorrow. So if you're in the area highlighted outside of Everett here, near Snohomish, you should be evacuating by 1 p.m. tomorrow. Expecting major flooding in here and around here also. So heads up if you know anyone in that area. This wind will stay till morning. It's expected to stay until tomorrow night, unfortunately. So we have a pretty long range of when the wind could happen around the area. The advisory doesn't expire till 10 p.m. tomorrow. Just a heads up to you. Hey there, Green Eyed Breeze. Welcome back to the stream. King County Gov has sandbag distribution centers listed. Thank you for the resource, Chad. I feel like a lot of people will take advantage of that. Yeah, great info, Chad. Great info. Oh, I see Wamama84 Tara jumped over to Ben's stream. Traitor. Just joking. Let's see if the new Euro is running yet. No, it's not. But the GFS is running, which means the Euro is going to be right behind it. That's good news. See what the 3Z her has to show. All right, Fox M777, have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Let's go over this frame by frame. Starting at 7 p.m. going on through tonight. It has it getting breezy around 11 p.m. tonight for the area, but nothing really strong. It's predicting the strong winds, and it's been sticking to a similar solution like this, beginning around 5 a.m. or so and continuing around much of the area. It's even showing the strong winds out here in the foothills as well, so I'm tempted to see if they'll expand this advisory eastward overnight. This goes out to 1 p.m. tomorrow, and it's still showing some areas of strong winds here and there, but it's pretty scattered, so we may see an isolated wind gust, strong wind gusts here and there, but I'm still not expecting everything too major. Yeah, coincidentally, Mrs. Panda Eater, that's exactly what we were looking at. What are the chances, right? Yeah, it should get breezy tonight if the models are correct. It should get breezy tonight, not strong winds, but we could have strong winds beginning to pick up around 5 a.m. So yes, morning time. Looks like the strongest winds could be over the waters though. Yeah, it doesn't show it as well on this model, and this model could be overdoing it. But, you know, I still have to express the possibility of this happening. Even if it doesn't happen, there's still a possibility. Lucky shot, just going back into. So yeah, that's the expected wind forecast through 1 p.m. Sorry guys, starting to feel my voice box burn out. Gotta be careful with this. Exactly, Green-Eyed Breeze. That's the point I've been trying to portray for the longest time. Doesn't take much wind for trees to fall with the ground so saturated. You know, the ground liquefies. Keto Plush, winter weather advisory, by the way. Not in the Seattle County warning area, there's not. No winter weather alerts right now west of the Cascades here in Washington. By the way, hello. But yeah, no winter weather advisories right now for Western Washington. I don't believe there's any for Eastern Washington as well. I've got the National Weather Service feed on my right window, and there's no winter weather alerts right now. Unless you're talking about a different area that's nearby. And Minnesota, of all places. River is flowing down south. It looks like Ben's stream's about to wrap up here soon. I'm probably going to wrap up by around 10 o'clock tonight or so. Because going to have another busy day tomorrow for sure. In the unlikely event that the winds do verify, we'll definitely see some areas of damage from trees falling, even with the lower end winds, which hopefully does not happen. Let's see, that rain shadow still hanging around a bit over Everett, but starting to fill in down here south of King County. Again, just torrents of rain aimed here at the mountains. Everett Animal Shelter is evacuating and in desperate need for temporary fosters for several days. Food and supplies provided. Show up before noon. Heads up to anyone interested in Everett or that area. Again, Everett Animal Shelter is evacuating and in desperate need for temporary fosters for several days. Alright, Ben's stream just ended, and Randy's stream's coming up in 15 minutes. Randy Small with Whatcom County weather. In case you guys want to go and subscribe to them on YouTube, they're trying to build their audience as well. Really great channel with really great information. Highly recommend them. Oh no, we'll share on Facebook. Thanks. Yeah, sure thing, Lisa. Please do. Yeah, again, Everett Animal Shelter is evacuating and needs fosters desperately. You know anyone who's interested in fostering shelter animals, then please follow up with them. Everett Animal Shelter. Desperate. Graham updates. Rain and lots of it right now, but no wind at the moment. But looks like Graham is outside of the wind advisory too, which is good news. Wind advisory cuts off a little bit outside of Graham here, so no big winds right now expected for Graham, but that could change, so do stay tuned to National Weather Service forecasts. If we do get a wind advisory expansion, I'll post it first thing in the morning if it happens overnight. But right now, not expecting that to happen. Puyallup update. You're talking about the river, is that correct? We're just looking for an update here right now to see if there are any major changes. So right now it looks like there's no major changes, which is both good and bad, depending on who you are and where you are. Yes, please, the river. Yeah, sure thing. So first, Puyallup River upstream near Ording, up towards Electron area. Still expecting a major flood crest both tomorrow morning and Thursday morning. Both higher than the other. So no flooding right now, but it could shoot up to moderate level flooding overnight by 4 a.m. and then likely hitting major flood stage by 10 a.m. Wednesday. Expected to dip below major flood stage to moderate by 4 p.m. and then back above to major flood stage yet again. And then with the max crest of about 17,900 cubic feet per second of flow, which is around 11.6 feet. And then dropping off pretty quickly back down towards a bank full stage, which is action stage, aka no flooding, and then expected to remain below flood level into next week. So that's the Puyallup downstream from Ording into towns like McMillan, Alderton, Sumner, and parts of Puyallup. But the Puyallup River in the Puyallup itself is only expected to hit minor flood stage. And It could push towards moderate flood stage if we get a little more rain than we're anticipating, because see, we're right on the cusp there of the moderate line. So moderate flood stage is 30 feet. This is expecting a max crest of 29.49 feet by 10 a.m. Thursday. But likely to get up to minor flood stage by late tomorrow morning and staying up there until Thursday afternoon. This will affect areas of downtown, not necessarily downtown Puyallup, but along the Puyallup River in Puyallup, some of these low-lying areas, and areas downstream into Fife, including the Saddle Creek neighborhood, which is basically right along the river there. I just hope all these people have flood insurance just in case. Because if we do go into moderate flooding, that's not going to be good for folks down here in Fife. There's plenty of neighborhoods here right along the river at a super low elevation, including Saddle Creek here. This will be all the way down to the waterways in the tide flats. Sure thing, Jessica. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully this helped out. 46 degrees in Bellingham, precip rate 0.14 inches an hour. Thank you, Keith. We're probably expecting major flood warnings here for the Cedar River in Landsberg and Renton. Hopefully either later tonight or early in the morning tomorrow, because the Cedar River is going to be making a close approach to its all-time record here at these spots as well by 4 a.m. Thursday. See, this will get within maybe an inch of the all-time record here at Renton, 10 a.m. Thursday. And those do not have flood warnings on them yet. All right, sounds good, Keith. Have a great night. Thanks again for tuning in. And we'll see you around next time. I'm going to pop a cough drop real quick. Thank you, user Helped Save Rescue, for sharing the news. Shared for the Everett Animal Shelter. Awesome. Yes, huge thank you for sharing. Any info in Whatcom County, Bellingham, and towards Mount Baker along the Nooksack? Yeah, so the Nooksack is expecting moderate flood stage along each of its gauges here, including the South Fork Nooksack near Saxon Bridge, Nooksack at North Cedarville, and at Ferndale. Expected to hit moderate flood stage by tomorrow night around 10 p.m. for Saxon Bridge. And again, tomorrow night, 10 p.m., expected to hit moderate at North Cedarville. And a little bit later on, it holds off downstream at Ferndale until about 4 p.m., max crest of 21.33 feet. This is, again, moderate forecast. But flood stage expected sometime tomorrow afternoon, and getting up to moderate flooding by 4 a.m. Thursday and continuing until about 4 a.m. Friday. It should dip below flood stage by 4 p.m. Friday. Yeah, it doesn't look nearly as bad right now as further south, but forecasts can change. But yeah, just to your south here along the Skagit, it looks, need I say, horrible, or even worse than that. With all-time record highs being absolutely destroyed. See, look at that. It's not even close. And remaining at major flooding for up to 2 days for some areas. Hello, Brian Rock Rail fan. Welcome back. Saw you over on Ben's stream. Can we show the Cowlitz River at Castle Rock? Sure thing. Castle Rock, not expected to flood. It was at minor flooding stage earlier, but no longer expected to flood. Currently at action stage, aka full bank stage, and expected to remain there until tomorrow morning. And should not get anywhere close to flood stage after that. However, downstream here at the Cowlitz River at Kelso, currently minor flooding and expected to remain at minor flooding all the way into early Saturday morning. I was Kenmore looking as far as winds tonight, so your area was expanded into the wind advisory zone for southwest wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour at times. However, judging by how things went yesterday, I'm not expecting this to live up to the hype. It's a bit on the lower end, but then again, remember, saturated soils like we're getting right now can lead to localized amplified impacts with even the littlest gusts, such as trees falling down because of saturated soils. So trees can fall much easier when the soil is saturated. If it's basically liquid, those roots are going to come up with even a 30 mile per hour gust at the right trajectory. So just a heads up. Bear with me, guys. Taking a cough drop here. I'm going to be using my voice a lot the next couple of days, so kind of trying to not go too crazy tonight, if you know what I mean. All right, time is 8:55. Let's see how many people we have in here. 11 of you guys still watching on Facebook, and we have 63 of you on YouTube. Again, appreciate you guys choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch for your live flood coverage. Happy to be here with you guys today. Hopefully you guys are all doing well, and hopefully if you're near any of these rivers, you have evacuated or considered evacuating, especially for the major ones. Again, long couple of days coming up for a lot of us. Car Freak says, let's see. Yep, Dan's backcountry, still at it. You know, these are rookie hours compared to what I've been doing the last few days or so. Might have to swim to work at this rate tomorrow. Yeah, true story. Car Freak 0029, hearing about flooding, Auburn Black Diamond, and SR18, evac ongoing. Haven't heard of evacuations, but I have known about that flooding the last, earlier this morning and afternoon. I've had a few people submit photos of the Green River, including William Gatlin, one of my moderators as well. And flooding there at Green River meets right around the Green Valley Road exit on Highway 18, and flooding at Flaming Geyser State Park as well. Would there be any landslide concerns? Absolutely. The NWS has really been pushing the concern for landslides and mudslides. You know, they put out a statement a few days ago talking about the elevated landslide risk with all of this rain. So yes, landslide risk is extremely high. Try Hostess hot cocoa and marshmallow mini donuts, brother. So comforting at this moment. Thank you, Carrington, for the suggestion. Looks like Lake Stevens is still set smack dab in the rain shadow for now. Lucky dog. That is what it looks like, yes. But lot less of a rain shadow than we saw yesterday around this time. Is look at all this heavy rain making its way towards those rivers right now. Bad news. Looks like we're gusting up to 23 now at Centralia Airport out of the south. So starting to see those winds make their way inland by the looks of it. Looks like radar is filling in pretty much around western Washington. Yeah, the atmospheric river is again beginning to impact our area. Then it should impact our area for most, if not all of the day tomorrow. And some of Thursday also. Yeah, Dan, I'd be very careful up there, especially on the north side of the Olympics. The Elwha River is expected to hit major flood stage now, west of Port Angeles. So do so at your own risk if you choose to go. Brian Rock Railfan, could you send me a link to the landslide map? Winds and flooding. Could get windy up there, yes, but flooding is the main concern up there. How's the Nooksack looking? Expected to hit moderate flood stage. We went over that about 10 minutes ago or so. But yeah, moderate flood stage for all zones of the Nooksack. So moderate crest expected tomorrow night for Saxon Bridge area, as well as North Cedarville. But expected to peak a little bit later for Ferndale, with a max crest of around 21.24 feet by 4 p.m. Thursday, but reaching moderate flood stage by Thursday morning and continuing until Friday morning. That is the Nooksack near Ferndale up here. Chehalis at Porter, thoughts? There is a flood warning for your area, so just a heads up, but it's for minor flooding. You could get close to moderate flooding here Friday morning, though, just heads up. Thursday night, Friday morning, you could make a close approach to moderate flood stage, but expected to remain at minor flood stage. Is currently approaching minor flood stage right now and is expected to continue in minor flood stage until as late as Sunday morning. So heads up, Chehalis at Porter downstream to Grand Mound area. Yeah, Ivan Becerra, looks like rain shadow is filling in. That is what it looks like, yes. Not raining nearly as hard as it did yesterday. Not yet. Auburn Black Diamond is closed, going up to Black Diamond. King County Sheriff's Office is advising no one will get through. Thank you, Car Freak, for the report. You have to be a mod to post links. No, you shouldn't have to be a mod to post links. At least I don't think so. If it's giving you issues posting links, just tell me what to look up, and I'll look it up. Gusting to 30 here at Olympia Airport. 37 at Hoquiam, so we're starting to see these wind gusts make it inland. But so far not looking so impressive at the moment, but are starting to see some windy conditions around the southwest interior and the coast, according to current observations at this time. Just to save the clutter, we're going to filter out anything below 30 miles per hour here. Wouldn't allow me to post the link the other day. Huh. Yeah, maybe it is moderators and up. So, yeah, so Brian Rock Rail fan, tell me what to look up and I'll look it up real quick. Dan's Backcountry says pouring here in UP. Pouring out here in Milton as well. Right up the hill and across the Puyallup. Here I was worried I wouldn't have an uneventful commute tomorrow morning. Praise that. Wind is blowing pretty good in commute in Bucota. Thank you, BEA 9798, for your report. I gotta work on my sitting posture more. It's trying to get a lot of soreness in my upper back. Gotta be careful with that. Just as a reminder, everyone, if you guys are interested in supporting Puget Sound Stormwatch for future streams like this, consider donating a coffee or two or a few. Thank you all for all the kind messages. Appreciate it. If you guys would like to donate to Puget Sound Stormwatch to keep live streams like this possible, the link will be down in the comments section. Gotta respect the hustle. 100%. Is on USGS site, Seattle, Washington's landslide monitoring. Okay, I'll go look it up real quick. I believe this is the site that he was talking about here. So this is the threshold here. And it's looking like only the Seattle-Tacoma Airport 24-hour forecast is above the threshold here. Although, I'll be honest, this is my first time seeing this chart. I'm not quite sure how to decipher this data. The graph shows cumulative precipitation threshold for landslides, the red line. So based on current conditions, we're not expected to get up over this red line. But the Seattle-Tacoma Airport 24-hour forecast does eclipse landslide threshold, if I'm reading this chart correctly. All right, Dan's Backcountry, have a great night. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, daily consistency. We're going to try to remain consistent throughout this whole thing, barring any outside factors. Like, I had to cut the stream short early this afternoon to go and help out at my other house with the dogs while there was some fence construction going on next door. But then I came back and started streaming again, so we're hoping for only small breaks in between. Pacific Northwest Ryan says pouring rain in Mount Vernon. Yeah, it looks like the Tacoma Narrows 24-hour forecast gets close to landslide threshold, but does not eclipse it. Then they show what looks like an inverse logarithmic chart as well. It's still not even close currently. Yeah, I'll have to go further in depth onto this site to really understand it. But thank you, Brian Rock Railfan, for bringing it up to me. I'll study it more here in the near future. Yeah, getting a little breezy down here in Tumwater and a little breezy on the coast. But other than that, no wind as of yet for the Puget Sound area. Again, the advisory went into effect an hour ago and remains in effect until 10 p.m. tomorrow night. What do you do in the summertime when there is nothing going on? Well, for most of the summertime, I wasn't doing this full-time. You know, I was doing my full-time job most of the time. And then I was outside doing a lot of yard work over at my parents' house, too. So I spent most of my days outside of work, literally outside, in the sun. I actually got quite tan this year, too. But most of that's already gone for obvious reasons. Cedar woolly is bad, too. If it's above the red line, then yes. Yeah, there was only one station there above the red line. It was a 24-hour SeaTac forecast, which does exceed landslide guidance by the looks of it. So elevated landslide guidance, if I'm reading that chart correctly, is expected in the next 24-hour period for the SeaTac area. So what did I do after I quit my job to do this, though? Well, I did have to travel quite a bit. A lot of it, well, some of it not for great reasons. But I did get to go out to Wisconsin and Minnesota for the first time and see my stepsister's wedding. So that was a cool experience. But then we started transitioning into fall time. And luckily, around this time, the weather started getting a little more active. So I began kicking up the stream frequency. I would be doing streams probably around the time every storm system came through. But then I'd still be actively involved with, with going to my parents' house, both in Tacoma and right down the street from me. You know, my mom's right down the street, my dad's in Tacoma. I decided since I don't go to Tacoma as much to go see my dad, that I would take the opportunity, now that I don't have a full-time commitment to a job, to go and see my family over there some more. All right, Brian Rock Railfan, have a good night. Take it easy. Winds in my place are south-southeast, which is normal. 13 gusting 20. Not strong, staying there, pouring hard. Thanks, Mark Skelton, for the report. Welcome back. Yeah, we're expecting mostly southwesterlies through much of western Washington here. But maybe a little more out of the south or southeast, like Mark was talking about, up towards the Strait of Georgia. But you know, during the off period, when we're not having much active weather, been trying to stay active. I've been really good about going to the gym the last month or so, but then I kind of just fell off Thanksgiving week. And of course, with this weather going on right now, I haven't gone to the gym at all. I've been slacking. I've been making it a full-time commitment to deliver these weather updates to everyone here on the internet. Go see them as much as you can. Just lost my mom in June. Very sorry to hear that, Matt Craig. My condolences. Yeah, my mom has a fair share of health problems herself, a lot of which is uncertain for the extent. So, yeah, which is why I barely hesitated to cut the stream early today to go help my mom out today. Should I trust her forecast for winds? I honestly think probably not. I personally think that her is going to overdo it again like last night. I wasn't feeling the same way before last night happened because of Friday's performance. But then I got a little too over my head and thought, okay, maybe this will happen. What are the chances? And it did not. Usually we don't get two hits back to back. It's usually a hit followed by a bust or a bust followed by a hit. But it's never usually two hits back to back. Two busts back to back a lot. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. Hug them every time. Yes, will do, Matt, for sure. Will do. Honestly, don't know what I would do if, well, not if, but when the day comes when I lose one or both parents. Just a day I don't want to imagine anytime soon. You know, focusing more on the now than the future, because the future is very uncertain. Very uncertain. You know, I'm hearing the rain start to pick up. Hey, the wind may be driving it into the window a little bit, but should be getting a little breezy around here now. We'll start to see these values pick up here and there, but it's going to take a little while for the winds to make it in. It may not be till later overnight. But we're probably going to wrap up this stream sometime before 10 o'clock. That is the current projection. Because we're about to go on the 6 hours here again. Yeah, Matt, I had a few close calls for sure with my parents. Definitely startling for sure. Like 5 years or so back, my dad had a gallbladder attack that he thought was going to kill him. Yeah, I believe it. BEA 9798. Sorry about that again. Got nothing in the way of winds Friday or yesterday, even though they called for it. Seems like that area is very difficult to forecast since you're sheltered from the west and mostly the south too. I know that's an area I probably couldn't reliably forecast on a regular basis. You know, I can hardly reliably forecast this area on a reliable basis. Yeah, Anita, losing your parents is really tough. Definitely spend as much time with them as you can. Very well said. Absolutely. All right, guess it's time for a little personal talk real quick. So if you guys are here just for weather coverage, you know, I'm going to try to keep this short. So I may lose some of you guys on this. If so, have a good night. But I want to talk real quick about depression and anxiety, which I suffer from a lot. I don't normally open up about this to the audience, but I think now's a good time to talk about this since we're on the topic of parents. You know, I have depression through genetics, and I've taken medication for it for the longest time. Taken medication for depression and anxiety for over half of my life. The unfortunate thing is with the termination of my coverage due to the technical loss of my job back in August, I have not had that medication for close to 6 months. And to say it's been tough is definitely sugarcoating it. But currently trying to find healthcare options through the Washington Healthcare Plan Finder, but having some issues with them with pay stubs at the moment. Since now they're requesting information from my previous employer as well as my current. In my current, right now, I'm really only getting paid through Meta Business, which is Facebook, basically. But hoping to fix things a little more when we get YouTube monetization. Yeah, Matt Craig's the same here. Stetson says, I really appreciate this. Yeah, sure thing. Glad to be here. Suffer from anxiety really bad. The gym helps. Yeah, the gym has helped for sure. Although, you know, I don't, geez, it's been almost 3 weeks since I've gone. I'm terrible about consistency. But I went pretty well through the month of November, you know? I wanted to go on a challenge to be unrecognizable by the end of the year. And, you know, we're probably going to fail that challenge, but it is what it is. But we still have a whole nother year to focus on that. You know, I've lost a number of pounds, shredded a lot of fat. Or at least a noticeable amount of fat, to the point where people are just like, hey, you've lost some weight. And I think, okay, this is exactly what I want to happen. So I'm achieving my goals, albeit slowly. Still taking a step closer to where I want to be. Matt Craig says every day. Yeah, I gotta stop making excuses for sure. Excuses for myself. Meditation and breathing techniques, says Sparky1549. Yeah, breathing techniques have really helped too. Rain shadow has filled in Lake Stevens. Really like you do, your forecaster that wish the weather spotters from the east should pay attention to the west. I'm a mental health therapist who also takes mental health medications. Really sorry for the medication problems recently. Super brave for sharing. Yeah, I really don't open up to anyone about this. So, I thought now would be a great time to talk about it. Especially with all of the flooding concerns and the weather scares. People with mental health concerns may be driven to, basically their back pushed against the wall. And right there with you, I completely understand. That's one reason why I ended up moving out of my parents' house. This is why I'm on my own, supporting myself 100% on my own. It can be tough sometimes, and sometimes, like ever since I left my full-time job, I haven't been able to make the necessary threshold for bills on a monthly basis doing this. But luckily, I have a very huge savings that I've been using. Although, definitely gives me some anxiety having to use that savings once a month. Happy chemicals from exercising are good for depression. Appreciate the insight, Stetson. It's good to see the insight from another point of view, outside of my own. It really does help a lot, too. Good on you for opening up. Can't wait for your monetization to kick in. So I get to the gym at 5:15, leave at 6:30, work by 7:30. Sounds like you got the routine under control. Yeah, I have a gym right down the street from me. I go to the Milton Planet Fitness. For those of you who don't know, I'm here in Milton, Washington, which is right up here on the hill between Tacoma and Puyallup in Federal Way. So right up in this area, right around the county line here. And it's been great being a part of the small community life for the last 15 years. I truly enjoy it. But more people are moving into Milton, and with that brings some problems here and there. Such as the grocery store I used to work at, Safeway here in Milton, has a lot of overcrowding problems and understaffing problems, and that caused a tremendous amount of anxiety and stress. So initially, I was really looking forward to finally getting out of there and starting to do what I consider my dream job, which is this. And the fact that I get the chance to do this without having to worry that much about not running out of savings, at least right now, is basically a dream come true. And I'm really, really happy to be here with you guys today. But the truth is, I do need a lot of help if I want to keep doing this full time. And I've talked about it time and time before in streams, hinted at it here and there. But, if I do have to go back to full-time work just to survive, then that is what's going to have to happen. But people like you who have helped donate and share the word, I'm really grateful for you guys and really appreciative of that. That you guys look up to these broadcasts and this streams, really does mean a lot, truly. Sparky1549. Mine's due to Graves' disease. I'm very sorry about that. Meditation and breathing does help. Yeah, helps, but not everyone. Like I said, I've been on anxiety medication, was on anxiety medication for over half of my life since I was 12. I'm 26 now. It's only 1 or 2 times in between where I had to stop due to lapses in insurance, like when I turned 18. And I just remember the withdrawals being crucial back then. And, I had to go through the withdrawals during the time of transitioning to non-medication. And I do still have some problems on occasion, but like being here talking to you guys is a huge stress relief also as well. And I do try as much as possible to try to take care of myself, but there are some days where it's just so difficult to do even the minimalist of functions. And I've been experiencing that a lot since I've been working from home too. Haven't gotten out as much as previous, you know, and that does a lot to a person. Strong, weak, it doesn't matter. You know, everybody's different, and that's how it's going to be. That is humanity in a nutshell. The withdrawals are the absolute worst. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, for sure. But I've weaned everything off by now, and so I don't feel any more withdrawals. Now it's just basically kind of what I felt like as a kid with anxiety and depression, but not as extreme because of my increased mental maturity since then. You know, since I'm past the age of 25, by definition, I am technically a full mature adult. Glad to see a lot of people understand and relate. But seeing some of the comments want to go back to weather, so we'll make the quick transition back to weather. But thank you guys for listening to my little spiel. But yeah, just going through it day by day, truly. Just taking it day by day. Ivan's asking, do you think that rain shadow area will stay filled in with rain? It should eventually fill in with time. So he's starting to fill in a little bit. As we get some of these winds coming in from different directions around here, it may begin to start to fill things in around here. Although we may have a little bit of a rain shadow towards the immediate North Kitsap Peninsula area, but I'm expecting this rain shadow to begin to fill in at the around this time. Still rain shadowing over the town of Carnation, but upstream at the headwaters of the Skykomish, Tolt, and Snoqualmie, the downpours right now. Terrible news for them. So, yeah, I think that rain shadow will gradually fill in as time goes on. Seeing a lot of heavier rain showers move in from the west off the coast right now, but these are going to drive those rivers way up towards flood stage. You know, especially these southwest Washington rivers and these central Cascade rivers, like the Snoqualmie, for example. It's good to share, understand depression, live through stage 4 cancer and chemo. Anita, you're a warrior. Thank you for hanging on to be here with us today. Yeah, glad to have you here. Heavy rain in Centralia right now, says Stetson. Thank you for your report. Yeah, showing up really heavy down here, but it'll show up better if we pull up the coastal radar. So he shows it much more sporadic down here, northwest Oregon, all the way here in the southwest Washington, along the coast, and up here in the mountains and foothills of the central and southern Cascades, with more rain coming onshore at this time. Matt Craig, thank you for your donation of 99 stars. Really do appreciate it. Thank you all for the generosity. Yeah, heavy sustained rain across the I-5 corridor south of Olympia right now. I would not want to be driving on I-5 tonight, I'll tell you that for sure. Like anywhere from Seattle southward is just a no-go. All the way down here to Longview even. With the risk of hydroplaning possible in some spots. With those winds possibly kicking up tonight too. Maybe a hazardous commute in the morning for some of us. Yeah, see, getting a little breezy in some spots. Port Townsend and Diamond Point getting a little breezy. Some breezes along the coast. Hoquiam got up to 37 here earlier, but again, nothing major right now around the area. Probably going to take quite a bit of time for these southwest winds to work into the area. Apparently, one of the eastern Washington rivers breached its banks this morning. The Teanaway River breached its banks this morning. Someone just posted from eastern Washington here. Music helps as well. Yes, I'm a huge fan of music, especially EDM, electronic dance music for sure. That does help a lot. Peppermint, holy basil, lemon balm, valerian, passion flower, licorice root, kefir. You have it made without pharmas. Try these natural choices. Check the lost herbs with Nicole Apelian. We'll definitely check it out. Thank you. Mars Swerkala 8938 on YouTube. Yeah, uplifting for sure. Oh, there's my dad that popped in just in time. Tony Croyle there on Facebook, everyone. He said, we should talk this weekend. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. No, but just kidding. Yeah, please stay safe out there if you have to be out in any of this weather, for sure. 100%. Katie Schmidt says, in between Ording and South Prairie, the whole road got shut down. The river was over the road. Highway 162, as far as I know. There's someone down there that sent videos earlier from the Carbon, and yeah, I certainly believe it. And expected to get worse tonight and tomorrow morning, too. Going all the way into Thursday, possibly. Yeah, don't worry, that was a joke. Yeah, EDM is great, right? Sparky1549, EDM is great. Thank you, Matt Craig, for the kind words. Should this be safe to land in at airports tomorrow evening? Yeah, planes are pretty used to it, especially the southerly winds. Southwesterly winds shouldn't affect the airports too much. Not expecting any flight impacts around the area. We shouldn't have winds that strong. Really, once you start getting up over like 55 at the airports, does it start becoming a concern? Really, anything over 60 is major concern, but we're not going to see anything remotely close to that. Almost guaranteed. So not expecting any major, any disruptions. At least through the air, that is. Okay, so Hoquiam Bowerman Airport just hit 39 miles per hour. So this is the strongest wind gusts of the day so far at Hoquiam Bowerman Airport. Has this been covered? I got here late. Skagit breaking. Let's pull this up real quick. Urgent flood information. These updated river crest numbers are massive. All right, Matt Craig, thank you for the kind words. Have a great night, sir. Take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. This has the potential to be a 100-year flood level event that many of us have not seen before. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Yeah, I really hate to say it, but those river forecasts they post at the bottom of that message, they are accurate. I wish I could tell you otherwise, but they are accurate. The 47 plus feet in concrete, 41 plus feet in Mount Vernon. Yeah, I know it sounds like a horror story, but it's unfortunately looking more and more likely that we're going to be seeing that in that area, which is why I'm telling people along the Skagit, if you can evacuate in the next 24 hours, if you're near that river, please try and do so, if by all means possible. You know, this is from Rockport all the way down to the Skagit Delta. Well, the winds stay at south-southeast tonight and tomorrow. Tonight should stay out of the south-southeast up in your area, yes. But we'll be watching another frontal system come through tomorrow afternoon, similar to what we had last night. So expecting the southwesterly winds in this area to shift to northwesterly. As it comes through your area, it could start southeasterly and then possibly shift to northwesterly behind that. So likely a 180-degree flip in the wind direction, because that front should pass through the Ladysmith area as well. It could have some stronger winds and heavier rain within that front. That's kind of what we saw last night when that little rain squall came through the Everett area. So probably something similar for you, but I could see the wind staying out of the south-southeast for you overnight. You may notice that change in the wind direction tomorrow later at night, though. See a lot of shares getting out on the post. Thank you guys for sharing to your friends, family, colleagues, etc. A lot of valuable information to put out there. And yeah, Randy Small's live too. Whatcom County weather if you guys are interested in tuning into that stream also. He's talking about the Skagit River flood right now, and even he is taken away by some of the forecasts it's showing. Absolutely terrifying next to Game Farm Park in Auburn. Going to check on it tomorrow morning as well, only if it's safe to do so. Just remember, turn around, don't drown. Yeah, like Dagmar DeVere says, that is insane. That is crazy. How much rain will fall in the Baltimore area? Well, we can go check out some total precipitation forecasts here real quick. Let's use the NWS Blenda models here. High resolution ensembles. This will probably be the most accurate depiction of rain over the area. Baltimore area is right about here. Let's see, you'll notice with the rain shadow, you'll likely get less than surrounding areas. But through the next 10 days, you're still expected to get a little over 3.5 inches for the Baltimore area. But around you, see, rain shadow here, possibly from northwest to southeast across the area, rather than from west to east. But all around you, much higher precip totals expected. See, upwards of 5.2 inches here in Tacoma. And in the mountains, don't even get me started on the mountains. It's just beyond ridiculous for the mountains. But it looks like over the next week and a half or so, expecting around 3.5, little over 3.5 inches. Through tomorrow, with the rain shadow, just shy of a 1/2 inch possible. And then through Thursday, looks like about 5/6 of an inch, 5/6 of an inch. And then by the end of the weekend, should have just shy of an inch. Then you see it shoots up as we go further in time. And again, hinting at some atmospheric river potential going in the next week as well. So in case you wanted a break, the break may be pretty short in duration. Yeah, sure thing, Ivan. Gladly. Yeah, I think we're gonna get wrapped up here in about 20 minutes, everyone. Definitely want to fall asleep at a better time tonight, for sure. Because we have a long day coming up tomorrow as well. Very long day. Not as bad as this system though, right? No, not looking as crazy. The systems coming up are likely going to be more progressive in nature, which means they won't hold up in one area. They'll likely just slide through over a matter of like 12 hours and just quickly pass through. And not hold up for several days like these ones are. This whole event in particular is over a small area over a matter of several days. That's what makes it really significant. You know, it's not moving around very much around these areas. Monthly rain totals. Oh yeah. Some areas are expecting their monthly rain totals in just a few days. Especially the higher elevations. It's beyond me, but it's reality too. Freezing level is over 6,000 feet. The freezing level is going to be above most, if not all, of the passes. So most of the passes, including Stevens and White, are expecting rain during this event. Probably we'll see snow up in the higher terrain Cascade passes and the volcanoes. That's really about it. Around 6,000 plus feet. Hoping for some sleep tonight as well. Have wind knocking tree over anxiety. Yeah, like I said, can't make any guarantees. But what I can tell you is that there's not really high confidence in this event. It's a little more low confidence. But, you know, and you're also not in the wind advisory right now either. So that could help some of your stress for that area. Yeah, Randy Small's reading the Skagit breaking post right now. And they're using some serious wording on there. Yeah, it's good to see that they're using the strong wording to get the point across. Hopefully wind will be on the low side. Entirely possible, but like I said, can't rule out the occasional stronger gust here and there. But we're not seeing too much here at the moment. Getting a little breezy here over the Salish Sea as well. But again, nothing real concerning tonight. I'll probably have to wait until earlier in the morning or towards later morning time tomorrow to really start worrying about some of these areas. But then again, we shouldn't have much to worry about. Get some rest tonight, says Cheryl Marie. Yeah, I'll try my best. For sure, I will definitely try to get some rest tonight. Definitely starting to get tired, so yeah, for sure. Think we'll have a good night rest tonight, but I'm just hoping they don't put out the major flood warnings in the middle of the night. So they extended the time of the flood warning for the Newaukum near Chehalis. Says minor flooding is occurring and moderate flooding is forecast. Let me show you guys this real fast. This is for the Newaukum near Chehalis in Lewis County. Flood warning now in effect until early Friday morning. Minor flooding is occurring and moderate flooding is forecast. This approaches the flood of record. Says will inundate most roads and the majority of residential and commercial areas within the region. A stage of 205.5 feet on the Newaukum corresponds to phase 4 in the Lewis County flood system, which I believe is major. So they could possibly bump this up to major as well. We'll be keeping close tabs on that. Flooding will occur all along the river, including headwaters, forks, tributaries, and other streams within and near the Newaukum River basin. So that's the recent update on the Newaukum near Chehalis. Currently, the only river majorly flooding right now is the Cowlitz River at Randall. And expected to stay like that, sadly, all the way until Friday afternoon. Likely to cut off Packwood entirely from the west side here. First I've seen flooding this bad and I've lived here all my life. Yeah, the 2006 floods, I was too young to remember the floods. Like I said, the only real major event I remember from back then was the Hanukkah Eve windstorm. It's just really how I got into wanting to do weather as my career. Also, you just got notified that we just hit 1,400 subs, so thank you guys for continuing to subscribe here on YouTube. Really appreciate that. We've gained close to 200 subscribers in the last couple of days. So, again, thank you guys for continuing to subscribe. Really appreciate it. We're closing in on 2,500 views on this as well. So, doing really good tonight. Thank you guys again for choosing Puget Sound Stormwatch for your live storm coverage. And my name is Anthony again, for those who don't know. I'm the host and founder of Puget Sound Stormwatch. With Three Rivers Mobile Home Park in Everett is being evacuated. State of emergency has been declared officially for Snohomish County due to the risk of flooding. They're expecting the dikes around Ebie Island to breach by midday tomorrow. Says, when leaving, prepare to not return for several days. Take pets and essentials with you. So evacuation alerts going up for parts of the Snohomish River Valley just outside of Everett. Heads up. Right. Yay on the subs, yeah. Huge yay on the subs, for sure. So yeah, current minor floods, and we're going to begin to wrap things up here very shortly. No alarms tonight. Yeah, knock on wood, hoping I don't get waken up by another major flood warning overnight. I hope they wait till if they don't do it later tonight, before I fall asleep, like anytime soon, then I hope they wait until the morning time. Because they're going to put out the flood warnings for the Cedar River, the major flood warnings there, and that's definitely going to set off some alarms for sure. Oh, man. All right, guys, do we have any last minute comments, questions, or concerns before we start to wrap things up tonight? We got the ding. What's that for? Okay. They continued the flood warning for the Cowlitz at Randall till further notice. They extended the time of the flood warning for Cowlitz River at Packwood until Friday morning at 12:03 a.m. Sleep well, everyone. See you tomorrow. Yeah, expecting a long day tomorrow. If I don't have any interruptions or any other priorities, then we'll probably be streaming on here most of the day as well. And it's tomorrow, a lot of these areas are expected to hit that major flood stage. Most, if not all, of the purple squares here on the screen. Especially here down south. Again, see, notice that heavy rain is just dousing these areas down here in the southwest interior right now. And these are all going for these river headwaters. So expect these gauges to pick up overnight, big time. Yeah, again, we're just checking for wind gusts over 30 miles per hour in the area. So far, not seeing anything in the immediate Puget Sound, which is good news. Anita says, everyone rest well, stay safe. Yes. Do stay safe. Cheryl says, have a good night. Yeah, should be wrapping up here in about 10 minutes for any closing thoughts. Judy Ray asks a wonderful question. What else can we all do on our end to help support you and help you make money for things like YouTube or liking, sharing, commenting, and since we don't know how all that works? Well, of course, like I said, the site Ko-Fi here, or Coffee, is a great way to help support. One-time donations, or you can send them on monthly. That would be the best way. But I also have a few other sources here, like my Patreon and my shop as well, my merch shop. Merch is also running, I believe, either 20 or 25% off all merchandise too. But, donating would be the best way, for sure. Yeah, liking, sharing, commenting does help big time. It helps with the YouTube and Facebook algorithms. Helps get the word out there. Thank you for keeping us all updated. Appreciate that. Ivan says you do a really good job informing us about the weather. Much appreciated. Sure thing. Thank you, Ivan, for tuning along. So, yeah, Judy. Yeah, several ways for sure. One thing you could also do, if you are interested, you could become a Puget Sound Stormwatch Facebook subscriber as well. 99 cents a month. So you get access to a few perks, such as my PSSW Superfans group, where I update you guys on when I do these live streams. If I do these live streams with the schedule, you guys would be the first ones to know. I'll also allow you guys to vote on designs for merch and items as well. But we're building a really nice group over there, and I think the Superfans group has 68 members at this moment. So we're building a really nice community for sure. And you also get access to extended forecasts and what I call fantasy forecasts as well. So I usually do a post a day on my subscriber post, my subscriber reel there. And I cross-post it over to Patreon as well. So there's a free Patreon as well as a paid Patreon. You can try the paid for 7 days free if you're interested as well. But if you subscribe on Facebook, you don't have to resubscribe on Patreon. It's basically going to be the same thing cross-posted. I just add a quick analysis to the long-term forecast to see what we could be looking at before the rest of the public knows about it. If that makes any sense. Lana Coffin says, "Thank you, Anthony, for your reliable and accurate updates. Much appreciated. Stay safe, everyone." And Mark says, "Thanks for keeping us safe with updates." Yeah, sorry, Mark. I wish I had better updates for your area, but you appear to be in one of those really isolated microclimates that can become extremely difficult to forecast for. So, I wish I could give you more accurate information every time you ask, but it's really just about nowcasting that area every time. Because the weather models do not do a good job for that area whatsoever, as you mentioned before. Yeah, guys, I really do appreciate the kind words, truly. Yeah, to tell you the exact truth, Judy Ray, if you're still watching, if I had less than, let's say, a 12th of the follower base here on Facebook donate $1 per month to help keep Puget Sound Stormwatch up. That's anywhere between about 2,000 to 3,000 people donating $1 a month. We wouldn't have to worry about any of this ever again. That's the brutal truth. But, I'm going to stay humble, and I'm not going to expect that from anybody. Because a lot of people want their weather free, and I completely understand that. Weather should always be free. But if you want to keep the forecaster afloat behind the weather, like if you guys like my personalized forecast and the way I do it, then that would be a great way to help support and keep this page and brand afloat. If all of that made sense at all. Stormy, have a great night. Take it easy. We'll see you around tomorrow if you bounce in. Yeah, I'm really just waiting to see what the neighbors do with our fence because my dogs do not like those guys next door. They decided to dump the concrete and set the post today before the rain falls, before it even gets close to tacky. So, very questionable decision. And they're setting the fence posts with the wind predicted in the area, which sometimes hits us hard up down the street in that area. So just a couple of questions for the neighbors, like, hey, why did you want it done during one of the most historic flooding weeks of the year by far, and possibly a once in a lifetime event, as some people are saying. But that's just life. It happens. Mike Kerwin on Facebook says, "Thanks. You are very welcome. Thank you for tuning in to Puget Sound Stormwatch." Dagmar DeVere says, "Most people are weather clueless." If I had $1 for every time someone said an atmospheric river was a conspiracy or fake news, then I wouldn't have to ask for any donations ever again. Yes, it doesn't. Thank you for explaining. You do a wonderful job. Yeah, Judy, again, thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate the kind words, everyone. All right, we're going to get wrapped up here tonight. Again, seeing some breezy winds around the area. We just hit 43 here at Hoquiam, but that's usually one of the windier spots. So we may not see gusts this strong inland overnight or any time over the next 24 hours. So just a heads up. That wind advisory is just for a precaution because of the saturated soils for the most part. We're not expecting any widespread impactful winds. When it comes to flooding, definitely think about the people down here in the river valley surrounding the Cascades tonight, because they're going to need all the help they can get when this is all said and done. So they are for sure in my thoughts, and I'm glad to be here to help get the word out to everyone tonight. And hopefully for the rest of the week as much as possible. So yeah, guys, Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch. It's already been 6.5 hours. Are you serious? These streams are flying by like no man's business. I swear, the longer I do them, the faster the time goes. Psychology, am I right? So yeah, really appreciate everyone again for coming out tonight for live flood coverage. Anthony here with Puget Sound Stormwatch, going to be signing off here in a moment. Take care, everyone. If you're given the evacuation notice, do not hesitate. Get out of there. We'll probably see these evacuation notices become much more widespread tomorrow morning around some of these areas. Really thinking about the Ording area tomorrow, where both the rivers coming into town are expected to hit major flood crests through Thursday down there. But yeah, without further ado, have a good night, everyone. Should see you guys in the morning time tomorrow, barring any setbacks. Take care, and once again, turn around,